Most personal brands are obsessed with going viral, but I was in a room with personal brands with over a collective of 600 million followers, and that's not an exaggeration. One thing I learned from this event was just because you go viral does not mean you're profitable. In fact, I learned how some of the biggest creators in the world are building their audiences this year, and it's completely different than what we all thought. One of the keys I got was most people don't choose to watch your videos, they are forced to stop and watch your videos. It's a little bit of a mindset shift, but that's some of the things these creators broke down inside this creator camp. Listen, this wasn't just your regular influencer event. You actually had to be exclusively invited, and they actually had platform representatives directly from YouTube, Instagram, telling the secret sauce on how these algorithms work on the back end. As you can see, the length of this video is over 2 hours, and the reason why is because I wanted to record a majority of the panels to get you guys the most value, because it was insane insights and knowledge. This event wouldn't be possible without, of course, Dhar Mann, insane following and super humble and amazing guy, and in partnership with Adobe. Now, this video isn't sponsored, but I am a huge fan of Adobe. I've been using Adobe products for about 10 years now, almost a decade, and I'm obsessed. We're editing this video on Premiere right as we speak. With that being said, I'm excited for you guys because I had a blast. You know what? That's enough talking. Let's just hop into the video. See ya. Y'all, this is the first official vlog of this channel. Gotta wake myself up. I went to bed at like 2 a.m. About to go down a Red Bull, and I'm really excited for this camp. I'm waiting for my wife, and as soon as she's here, we're good to go, baby. All right, let's get it, y'all. Ooh, man, it's a spot. How crisp, how flavorful. Oh my gosh, Red Bull sponsor me. All right, y'all, we made it. We're finally here. There's a red carpet, there's some balloons, really fun looking people. Oh, here we go.
Till I saw those.
Okay, you heard it here. They're about to start the first panel. We're just gonna do it.
Well. Look who it is.
They just let anybody in here, don't they?
I know.
It's about to be not okay. It's about to be. Look what I found, everybody.
Hey everyone, Americana here, short form creator.
When it comes to short form content, what are some keys of advice you would say for holding retention?
Have a really good hook. That kind of seems to be all that matters nowadays. Yeah. Real good. In the first second of a video, people cannot click away.
What's your personal method? Because I feel like everybody says that, but give us the sauce. Give us like, what's your method for finding really good hooks or creating really good hooks?
I'm gonna be honest, it changes from video to video. There's not one like secret method, but I try to have something very unusual or flashy on screen. So I just posted a video that did pretty well, where I had a window behind me flash and Ghostface was in the window, and it was like super creepy.
That's really creative.
It worked.
Yeah.
So I don't know, some kind of like visually interesting thing.
On the business end, what are some systems you put in place to help you with your content creation?
Honestly, doing it full time helped, I guess.
I love that.
And signing up with a management company that helped me find brand deals helped a lot.
So you have specific people to help you with finding brand deals?
Yes. Yeah. I work with a company called _Talent, but I know that there's a lot of good ones out there who specifically help with just getting brand deals and pitching me for things.
So you don't do it yourself? That's actually really insightful, really good to know. Because a lot of people are like, how do I make money? How do I like monetize my following? The fact that you have a specific team dedicated to that, that's actually really smart.
Yeah. Because before I was doing it by myself, and when I signed up with a management company, I think they something like quintupled the amount that I was getting from brand deals.
That's insane. With this first panel, I want to start off this video strong. It's with these creators right here. With that being said, let's get into it.
Getting told we are ready for our Instagram creators panel. They are some of the top creators, especially on Instagram, so they really don't need any introduction, but we're gonna do it anyway, and we're gonna go by their handles. Coming to the stage, we have Dad Social with 5.7 million Instagram followers. Hi, Mason. See you.
Am I close to you right here?
Sure, let's get close. We also have Adam W coming to the stage. Come on over here. 12.2 million followers. That's a heck of a community. I know that. Let's hug it out. That's right. Laurel Benz coming to the stage. 6.9. I think we've reached 7 million by now, but come on over, my man. Yeah. By the way, this is what growing up looked like to me. I have 3 older brothers, so I feel like I can hang. And last but certainly not least, come on over, Justin Flom, 4.5 million followers. Woo! right there. Let's just start out the gate because Instagram has really changed dramatically. We all know from what content format is driving what to the most growth right now. How do you navigate all of it? Who wants to go first?
I love Instagram. It's dope. Okay, here's what's great about Instagram. They got my favorite tool on all social media platforms. How many people here use trial reels? Okay, it should be everyone, okay? Because this tool is the dopest thing ever. Here's the deal. I don't care your follower count. If you want the hundo million hit, then you're talking to strangers, okay? You're talking to people who don't know who you are. And that's the thing. As far as like the people up here, I'm the one that you don't know who I am because I've never said my name in a video. I've never done any of that because the goal that I want is views. I want the most views possible because that's how I made most of the money, was views, not brand deals. And there's other guys to talk to up here about that who are crushing it. But on the view side, you have to think about how a stranger, someone who's never seen you before, is going to interact with your content. And that's what Trial Reels does, where it's going to send it only to people who don't know who you are. And that's going to tell you how algorithmically your content is going to perform. That is the most valuable thing. Now, if you're a niche creator who has like a very specific thing, you collect Ninja Turtle figurines, Trial Reels will be worthless for you, okay? Don't use it. You gotta have your core group of people who like that weird thing, then ignore that. But if you want the most views possible, this is a tool, I've been begging YouTube for 2 years to implement it. Only Instagram cares, and it's fantastic.
And another thing we learned about trials today, Trial Reels, is actually to push content that has already done really well on your page versus before you were kind of like showing up to see if something would work. But to your point, to bring in an audience that isn't familiar with you, why not bring them into something that you know is your niche or something that you know is gonna do well, and then expand your audience.
Meta's not here, right? Okay, so we can say this. Here's the thing.
Go ahead, say what you want to say.
Look, this is kind of against, like, Meta doesn't like this, so you have to use it carefully. But I know some people who grew hundreds of thousands of followers on Instagram by taking their best video, putting it into trial, and letting it collect followers, waiting a couple weeks, and then doing that again. Now, that said, Meta has started to crack down on that, and they're looking at the duplicative posting of trial reels, so use that wisely. But it is important to remember, if you posted something on your profile a year ago, you can put it into trial again, because that's enough time has passed for Meta to, it's a 90-day window, they say. That's from them. So 90 days goes by, you can repost it and collect new followers off of that.
Right, and the currency, again, yes, we want the followers, great, but it's really about that engagement, and the follower count is nowhere near what it used to be as far as that's the goal to have, because as we all know, right? Yes, you've accumulated these mass followings, but it's really about the community that you're building along the way, the ones that are engaging, that are showing up, that are trusting when you say, hey, check this out, and they actually go and do that. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, he really said all the good stuff. Like, there's nothing even else to talk about.
Oh, you want to clock out?
I'm saying he said everything like this, and I agree with everything. I think using like all the services on every app is so important, because like you get different audience from stories, you get different audience from carousel posts, from reels, but ultimately, like if you're really trying to grow your audience, on Instagram specifically, like trial reels is the way to go.
Love that. Okay, so how do you continue to kind of still maintain that originality in your posting and in your content when people are like, okay, this is actually what we're here for, we really want to only see this, but you also kind of have to give them other things. So how do you strike that balance of original content and stuff that you actually want to do as the creator versus knowing I know what they're here for?
Okay, I can jump in again.
Yeah, you go ahead.
Here's the thing. You can do what you want and get lower views, or you can do what the viewer wants and be successful. Now, look, there's a nice little ninja judo trick where you can actually try to take the thing you want and craft it into a way where you do get to deliver it to the viewer. But I say you gotta think about the viewer first. Think about the way that you swipe. You're selfish. You're thinking, no, what's that? Okay, no, she's hot, no, and that's what you do. And all swipers are the exact same. So novelty is the #1 thing. As you're swiping, you have to stop the swipe. What I've been telling people as they've been filming with me, the hard truth is, if you're in a discovery platform, which is Instagram, a swipe feed, no one has ever chosen to watch your video. It's never happened. It's not a point and click place. That's a different platform where it's a thumbnail title game. But this, it's all about that opening shot. What they'll say is they'll say hook.
A hook.
Yes, that's important. But then in addition to that, you have to give them a reason to get to the end.
What's the takeaway?
What is the thing that we're promising, and why do we believe that you could actually deliver that? And the further away you put it and the better you make the journey, the higher the watch time, the more you'll be at the top of the feed.
More engagement. Laurel, can I ask you a quick question? So at almost 7 million followers, do you still feel like on Instagram you're reintroducing yourself? How do you approach what goes on the feed versus what you're sharing on stories, what you're sharing on trial reels, what you're sharing on Facebook? Because hello, let's not forget Meta, Facebook, we're still very much engaged on there as well.
I'm gonna be real, I don't even use trial reels, so I'm learning from him right now. Everything he's
We're all learning.
I feel like just with me personally, like building my platform was based off of family because that's what I wanted, and it just kept me to be authentic and original as possible. Like I just step in front of the camera and I capture things in real time. And people, the community that I build, they genuinely love it. So like when you say about that, if I step outside of that, people are like, where's your fiance? Where's your baby? Stuff like that. So I've been kind of finding a way when I go outside and I travel, and I'm getting people to also know who I am, and they're also starting to fall in line with that as well. So I just continue to stay on that path of just keeping my, my platform as a
I think like the main thing, people are obsessed with the Benz family, they want to see that content, but then also kind of trickling in the things that you want to...
Yeah, I'll trickle in a little bit, and then I'll see the comments, and they're like,
You're like back to the drawing board. Yeah. I know you want to chime in here. It seems like you do.
A little bit. I want to preface with saying I have 20 million, a little over 20 million total followers on all my accounts, and this is so nerve-wracking for me. So if you're out there and you think we are good at this or we have it all together, we don't, and I'm like such a nervous person.
Hey, speak for yourself, man.
Yeah, I mean, you are great. This is our third panel together. We just pop up all the time. But I'm just very thankful to have the platform that I have, and I should get more into the trial reels, the analytics. But at the end of the day, the way that my brain functions, and I hope that my platform comes through, is I just see something that either my family wants or my community needs, and then I try to make a video around that. And then if I have a brand deal, I try to pitch that brand deal in the same direction. And I should probably think more what my audience would actually want to see, but I more am like eyes right in front of my feet of like, what do my family want and need, and then what does my community want and need, and then how can I make the content about that, and then hopefully make it entertaining. Like I say, it's like a scroll stopper first. Like I will watch content for 30 minutes a night, and I will, if I stop scrolling, I will write down why I stopped every time, and then I'll figure out how to make that a hook in one of my videos. And then number two, it's like teach them something, make them feel something, or entertain them in the middle. And at the end, are they glad they watched it? Like, would they have wasted that 1 minute of their life, or are they glad they spent a minute with you? And if you can answer all those together, hopefully audience pays off in that manner. But I don't know, I'm just...
That's a great way to look at it, because the metrics that the platforms prioritize will always change. Like it will be watch time or watch percentage, and it'll flip to, we're gonna do comments, or we want shares this month. But if you keep the metric as, I want my viewer to be happy, and you really look for that and prioritize them, then you'll always hit the metric that the platform wants.
Preach.
That is some preaching. And I'm glad you said that, because you do get in a way in your head as a creator, like, okay, well, this worked, that works, and then sometimes you're like, well, if I'm doing the content just for the followers, that means I can't throw a selfie up in there. And it's like, well, they're also following you because it's you, and the more of you, I think that helps, right? Even if it is the form of a selfie. But what I'm hearing you say truly is, again, what is the takeaway? Think about when you're sharing in the DMs how you are sending your best friend reels back and forth all day, every day. 9 times out of 10, there's probably one of the 3 things that you mentioned in there. You're either learning something new, you're entertained, or there's some kind of value that was a takeaway for you, and as to why they even wanted to share it with you. So I think that those are really good pillars to when you're kind of stuck and you're like, I don't even know how I want to show up today, what I want to do. Those are kind of what I share this with my friends. I think that's a good way of approaching it as well and thinking about it. How are you guys on Facebook? How are you showing up on there?
Yeah, I still post a lot on Facebook. I mean, I know people make fun of Facebook for being old people, and there is a lot of old people, but there's actually a lot of young people, and it's like also a massive international audience. I think Facebook is the most active platform in the world. It's like 3.5 billion active users. So it's like such a massive audience that a lot of people don't take account for, and you can really grow. Like I have 10 million on Facebook, and I post on there multiple times a day. My audience is growing on there. It's also like right up there with YouTube in terms of monetization, like in stream. You know, as a lot of you guys know, like YouTube numbers of what you make per month versus Facebook, like it always fluctuates based on CPM, seasons, you know, how many ads are running, but it's just another revenue stream and a completely different audience that why would you not take advantage of, especially if you're already making the content. I always say, like, if you make a video, why would you not post it everywhere? It's gonna hit somewhere, right? You're just giving yourself more chances to go viral. So it's like not keeping all your eggs in one basket and utilizing every platform. So I'll make one video and then I post across the board. And you know, you'd be surprised like where it goes viral. And of course, like I put Facebook right up there with YouTube in terms of monetization, like entry.
Yeah. Just don't read the comments on Facebook. People get mean in there.
Facebook is the meanest in the comments for some
The comment section of Facebook is ruthless.
Old people. They're like, you got a 5 head. I'm like, what's that? It's like when you have another finger. This is 4 head, and then you add I'm like, I didn't even know there was a thing.
I'm in a certain age demographic. We're gonna say pro-aging people rather than old.
That's what I meant, yeah, pro-aging.
Yeah, pro-aging, okay.
The nice thing is about Meta and Facebook is that Facebook is actually a hack to long-form money in a short-form feed.
Say that again for the ones in the back, please.
This is really important. YouTube is obviously going to be the highest paid when it comes to long form. But if you're looking at TikTok, YouTube Shorts, and Instagram, it's low money. But Meta, it will put you in the same feed as short form, but you can do long form vertical video there and end up with the high CPM. All you gotta do is crack 3 minutes, okay? You have to learn how to get that piece of content to 3 minutes. And it can be hard sometimes.
You can even do compilations.
That's right.
You just take 1-minute videos and combine them to get to 3 minutes.
Right, and if you want the real secret, then you go into Ads Manager, you buy some advertisement on each of those short form videos, see which one performs the best, and then put them in descending order so you know that you've got the highest performing one up top all the way down, and then you got a 3-minute, 1-second video that can actually earn.
That's dropping gems.
Taking notes.
Right? I love it. Me too. Okay, because you are dropping gems, I do want to have a Q&A. So can you make it make sense, since we are dropping the gems and we're talking about monetization? If I have a video that went viral, what kind of check should I expect in the mail? And is that realistic too? And is it kind of one of these things like, yes, we all know we want to make money from creating content because it's a passion, what have you. But also, let's be realistic about this. When did you guys get your first real check in the mail? Was like, dang, it took all that to get this, or whatever the case was?
I had a video that was 1 minute and 24 seconds 2 days ago on TikTok, do 27 million views. I made $312.
Wow.
And so, but that video.
Wait, is that a lot or a little?
That's a lot. That video, like a couple years ago, would have been 10x that. It's just they all change. So I can't speak on behalf of YouTube. That's where you should come in. But no platform monetization is that consistent. Facebook is pretty good. Where I find my monetary stabilization is through brand deals, and I push as many as my brand deals to philanthropic stuff because brands love to play in the give back space, in the community involvement space. And so if you can take the brand's money and do something cool with it for other people, it's just a snowball effect, not only for your page, but for the brand, and they want to work together again. But I think the way I've found monetization stabilization to be consistent is through brand deals, is through being good partners with brands. If it doesn't perform on the first run with a brand, I'll do follow-up stuff because I care about the brand. If I'm gonna make a video for the brand, I like the brand enough to put it on my page, and I like the brand enough to do a follow-up video to get those views back for them if it didn't do as well as I hoped it would. So hopefully they'll re-sign as another partner, because I don't think any brand just wants to do a one-off with a creator. I think they all want that long-term partnership, but that's a two-way street from the brand and from the creator. So I try to be the best I can if I'm going to be working with the best brands there are.
Here's the thing, this is a job, and of course monetization is the most important part of any job. So to give you guys just a little bit, calm your hearts a little, 4 years ago, 1 million views was $1,000, almost across the board. It was great. You get 100 million views, you get $100,000. That was a crazy time that doesn't exist right now, because now 1 million views is $50, okay? Now, that's because the platforms realize that everyone is creating content and they actually don't need to pay for it in the same way. That's okay, because if you can build that skill of getting 100 million views, you just have to monetize it differently. And that's what you've done so well with brand deals. You just gotta look, okay, do I wanna sell a course? Do I want to sell a product? Do I want to, have some sort of Patreon or something? You pick your monetization and then you leverage it with the views. And that's gonna take patience. Like, don't get mad at yourself if you got a viral hit and you're not making money. It takes time.
Listen, if he's not mad at himself for having a 27 million view video for $300, we can't get mad. Let's get to questions. Hi, what's your name?
I'm Reza.
Hi, Reza.
First off, thank you guys so much. You're dropping gems for real. I'm taking notes. Adam, I'm a massive fan. I've built my platform, and a lot of it is inspiration of you and how you operate. I'm watching and taking notes on how you start videos and end videos and all this kind of stuff. So thank you for that. But my question is, you guys talk about hook. I'm always trying to figure out what is the right recipe for a good hook. And I'm also in the entertaining space. I'm a dad comedy type creator. So when you're making a hook for your video, I've seen some other interviews in the past, you talk about the visual, you talk about, sometimes I see you're kind of like, you're like in a neutral state, walking, or you're laughing, and then something arrives in the frame. But now today, as a creator now, 10 plus year in the game, 2026, as you're making your content, what is the rubric that you follow for those first 3 seconds?
Great question, thank you.
Really conflict resolution. So like in the first 5 seconds, I create some sort of conflict, right? And I make you watch the whole video until that gets resolved. So like, what did I do? I recently just did one about like trash cans, right? Where there's like 30 trash cans and it's like paper only, plastic only, straws only, right? So like in the first 3 seconds of the video, I walk up to these trash cans and I show 20 trash cans. And clearly you can see that I have like things in my hand. So now I have to go down the line and properly dispose the trash into all these different bins, right? But in that first 3 seconds, I've already created that conflict. So now you're gonna stick around all the way until you figure out what happens, right? So like that first 3 seconds, like of course you wanna make it visual, of course you want it to be good lighting and just very appeasing to the eye, right? But ultimately it's just a game of conflict resolution. Create a conflict and then people stick around to resolve that. But if there's no real conflict in the first 5 seconds, and you bring that conflict in like 10 seconds in, you might not even give that person a chance to get to it, right? That's why like, there's no real like answer for this is the best hook. There's so many good hooks. It's just, can you get someone to can you create some sort of conflict for somebody for them to be like, oh, what the fuck? All right, let me see what's gonna happen next, right? So I just think of it all as conflict resolution.
And what's so good about that video is there's no moment, because I watched the whole thing, there's no moment for you to swipe. Like there's no payoff all the way down. By the time that you pay off one punchline, which is probably like the third time in, you're like, okay, I got the bit. But then there's another thing where it gets a little bit more absurd, and then more absurd. So there's no moment to leave. And then by the time you get to the end, you go, oh, I'm gonna send this to my aunt who recycles, or whatever. And then there's the shareability at the end.
And your cover photo contradicted the whole thing, because you have a cop on the cover photo, so when you click it, you're like, when does that come into play of the video? It was good. And then I think also to complement that, you can, on-screen text can counteract what's happening. So you're like, what does the on-screen text have to do with what he's doing? So I did that a lot, like, I'll do a POV and it will be like, that doesn't add together. So then they're thinking about like, how does that come around? Like I'm waiting to see, so those two things add up.
It's a huge thing.
Yeah.
Like, when the POV says, she exploded, and it opens up on like just a dude
on a bike
like,
or something.
Wait, there will be a she somewhere coming.
Yes.
I don't know what it's gonna be, but you wait for it.
Hi, I was just wondering, do you guys make money on Instagram, or is it just through like brand deals? Does Instagram pay?
Instagram pays per view, yeah. It's not amazing, but it does pay, yes.
Okay, that's all I was wondering.
You guys are getting paid?
Yeah. I'll show you after.
All right.
I'll buy you a coffee. That's like about all I can give you from that.
Yo, we are in the middle of Creator Camp, and I'm about to go ask the panelists a couple of questions. I had some burning questions, and I'm doing this all for you guys. At the end of the day, we want to make sure you guys get some really good insight from creators who are doing it huge.
Hey everybody.
Hi, what's your name?
Hey, I'm Nick David. Nice to meet you guys. Okay, so you mentioned that the algorithm changes a lot throughout the seasons, and you guys have been creating content for a while. If you were to lose your audience today, start from zero, what would you do in order to rebuild that, like in today's standard, and then even maybe future-proofing for a change in the algorithm? Oh, and then follow-up question.
Oh, it's a twofer.
Yes, it's a twofer. It's a twofer. Also, second part of this, how do you know a video is good before you post it?
I feel like for me, I mean, I always go back to the, how do you say it? Authenticity? Yeah, of that. So if I started in the beginning, I would stick to that. Just for me, that's how I built my platform. I will start over with that. It's just about what people can relate to, and I feel like they all know that in that type of way. Because since I do family content, there's a lot of families who relate to me, or relate as a dad, relate as a mom, as a son, and things like that. So that's just me. I'm not gonna lie, I'm up here, but I'm learning from them. You know what I'm saying?
Likewise.
That's what we're here for today.
Oh yeah, bro. I'm just listening to them too and picking up gems from this guy. So yeah. What was the second part? My bad.
How do you know when a video is good?
Yeah, before you post it.
Have you ever filmed a video and you go to your buddy and you're like, hey, watch this. And then you start showing them, and then you go, hang on. And then you scrub a little bit to move forward. Cut that part out.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yes, I used to.
What's up? Because you get used to watching your video in the edit, but until you get a brother over here and you're like showing him, that is what tells you when there's dead space. When you feel uncomfortable that they're still watching and you want to get to it, you got to make it so that there's no friction in that video whatsoever. Because friction is what causes a swipe. Someone feels something and they just go, the audio's bad, or I can't really see clearly, or whatever it is, then they swipe away. So you know it's good when you can show your buddy and you just hand him the phone and go, watch that whole thing. That's gold right there.
Yes, I used to.
No, it's good.
I used to take my video. Most of my demo was female, and I used to, when I thought it was done, I'd have my wife watch it, and I would just watch her eyes. As soon as they looked up off the screen, I'm like, what second was
Give me
that?
the phone back.
Like that, we lost you. And then I would edit that section of the video, and yeah, it works. It's exactly that.
Right.
I think there is something to be said that we are living in a world where, I mean, it's called Instagram for a reason. Everything is so instant, and it does feel like people's attention span is minuscule these days. I mean, to keep an audience, that's why the hook is so important. That's why the problem-solving aspect, I think, is so important. But it really does feel like that is the majority of the challenge. How do I keep people engaged?
Well, the key is when you look at it, so we all know about barrier to entry. How hard is it to get into something? But in 2020, I came up with words that I kind of work with. Barrier to exit. Okay, how hard is it to leave something? So if I go to a movie, I got a babysitter, I bought tickets, I drove there, I'm sitting there, I'm surrounded by people. That movie has to suck really bad for me to get up and leave. But what's the barrier to exit on a TikTok? That, right there. Not only that, we've promised you that we have the world's entertainment at one swipe away, and we're gonna feed you something that you'll like more, just one swipe. So, very low barrier to exit, which means you can't ever do something that doesn't serve the audience.
And then just a final rapid question, I think what you want to know too is if we were gonna start today with nothing, personally, if I was gonna start with nothing, how would I grow an audience? I have a lot of friends that have actually started this year and they've grown, like they're friends in my town and they've grown to 100, 200, 300,000 followers, monetizing great. And what they've done, I mean, they found there's tons of people to watch. Like the race car's already been built. So like if you have a race car or a creator that you love, or a few of them, like you can see what they do. Don't duplicate what they do, don't copy, but you know the formula. And like a lot of my friends happen to replicate my content, which is awesome. I love it. I don't have a ton of talent. I'm not good on camera. I'm not like funny like all these guys, but I can just do stuff and I can film in good angles, which is easy to duplicate. So just find something that you personally love and find someone that films it that way and just try it over again. Mix in a few different scales.
Remix.
Yeah, the model's already built. So you know you just pick the model you like and add your decals to it and race the car, you know.
Love that analogy.
Yeah. Oh,
Thank you so much.
What?
Oh yeah.
I mean, they said all the good answers, to be honest. I think relatability. I mean, like, I always even like today when I make videos is like, if you had no clue who I was, is this relatable to you? Would you share this with your friend? Is it funny enough? Because I feel like sometimes when you build a following, you get so lost within your following that you keep pleasing the people you currently have, and you're not getting that new follower. And it's so important to get the new follower. So like, that's the hack to growth. Like, could somebody who has no clue who you are, you know, sure, people like might love how I act and think I'm funny and personally like me, right? But ultimately, they're there for the script, right? For the content. Because like, if you're creating content, you can live forever on the internet, as long as you're making compelling content, right? So it's just about having a pulse on what's going on in society and culture, relating to people. So I lead with the relatability. I mean, you know, every time, App used to work with me. So, you know, every time we try to come up with ideas, it's always like, is this relatable? If it's not, like, yeah, it might be funny, but it's not worth me filming because it's not gonna get views, right? And not to say that everything you have to do has to get views. And even if you do something that's niche, that's fine. Doesn't mean you have to change your genre of what you do, but you do have to try different formats. Like, for example, like if I'm doing comedy, if some videos don't work, I'm not gonna quit comedy, but I'm gonna take different angles and different formats and different styles of creating a comedy video, right? So if you're doing something super niche, doesn't mean you have to go do the most popular thing everyone else is doing, but you do have to experiment different formats within that niche and see which one hits, because eventually one will, and you'll start to build a community slowly, and that'll grow, and you know, you might even be responsible for creating that entire genre. But it's all about experimenting formats.
That kind of reminds me of Dhar sharing his aha moment when the light bulb went off. He was already creating the content and he felt like it wasn't hitting, and then he tried something new with incorporating his brother-in-law, how that went about, and that was the thing that went viral to him. He thought it was gonna be his last video, but like that I think is such a great example of continuing to stay the course, but just kind of pivoting into figuring out, okay, what other angles can I try? Because clearly, I know I have something here, but maybe the angle or the approach is not necessarily landing. So not giving up also in that.
Yeah, you gotta experiment, you gotta try shit.
Okay, and one more thing, because I think the reason I land a lot of brand deals too is my audience. I have an engaged audience, but it doesn't have to be that big. I have 200 people minimum that will show up on every single post with a like, a share, and a comment. And it starts at 0. Like, somebody comments on your video, you comment back to them, you DM them, like, dude, thanks so much for commenting. They're gonna comment on the next one, but it's one at a time.
Good note.
Like, I've done it, and I network at these events, and it's like, I make friends. Instagram is like a real life friendship. I consider them real friends. Like if I bumped into my followers who comments on my videos, if I bumped on this, I would be his real friend on the street. It doesn't end there, but like I will answer their DMs, and like it's one at a time, and I still do it, but like you start small, one at a time, and you get up to 200. That's not a lot of people. 200, that's 200 comments a video. Brands will pay you to be in that video, to get those 200 comments, to get that engagement. Like one at a time.
I do style and fashion content around the world, running a new style by KBN. I'm curious if you guys, I don't accounts that the conversion to followers is always really tough. It's always like below 1%, below like 0.5% even. How do you guys think about follower conversion, and is that even important when you think about views versus conversion?
Yeah, I mean, I think followers don't really matter as much. It's all about your engagement, and it's not necessarily what you're doing. Like, I remember when Instagram first started, like, you could be tagged in someone's video that had like 30K and you'll grow like 20,000. Or, you know, that's kind of something more the platform deals with, like, and it goes in and out. Like, some years it's way easier to grow, some years it's not. But ultimately, like, the engagement is all that matters. I mean, kind of going back to what you said, like, would you rather have 20 million followers and get 30,000 views a video, or would you rather have 30,000 followers and get 500,000 views a video? It's like, the follower count means nothing. And I think brands are starting to realize that more and more. Whereas, like, maybe 3-4 years ago, even 2 years ago, like, yeah, follower count did matter because that's how you can get a brand deal and you put it on the map. But I feel like as the industry grows, brands grow, agencies get more information and really do deep dives on what creators are working with. So yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. Like, engagement is the most important thing, and you'll grow when you grow, and you know, it's the same across the board for everybody, to be honest.
And here's the thing about followers. This is a good story. Mark Rober, he did this crazy thing that converted followers, okay? He had a crazy countdown, a big thing, and this giant explosion's gonna happen when the follower count hits a certain number, and then the video stops when it's one short. And he's like, quick, someone subscribe. He went up 30 million subscribers with just 2 videos in this series of being one short of a follower. Sounds great, right? No. Immediately, his ad revenue on YouTube crashed. What happened? Well, he brought in all of these people that he converted into followers, but they were short swipers. They weren't loyalists. He didn't get them organically. He got them with a really clever trick. And it hit him in a spot. Now, he's recovered, and Mark Rober's the best. And also, most of his money isn't from ad revenue. But that was just kind of a lesson that us on YouTube looked and went, ooh, yeah, okay, that's rough. You could actually, you know, what Adam says is true. Follower count ain't the thing. What's more important is the content itself, because you can have no followers and have a 20 million hit video if it's a good video. Also, I like the scarf, and where are your jeans from?
They're from GU actually, so I like to mix high-low.
Nice. Drop the link.
And your content doesn't even go to your followers anyways. Like, if something goes viral, you're getting like 99% non-followers. So like, it doesn't even really matter. Like, even when you get the follower, like, if your video does well enough, it's not even going to your followers. Yeah, you might have like a small loyal group of people that'll always be there, but like, ultimately, like a 10, 20, 40 million viewed videos, literally 99% non-followers.
Laura's like, I didn't even know that.
And I used to really focus
I'm just learning up here right now, like, it's amazing.
So good.
I used to focus on super viral also, and I would spend 3 or 4 days making one video and then post it, and it would go big, but no one would follow, not crazy engagement. So I broke that into a series. I was like, and I broke that one video into 3 videos, and then I would end each video with a question like, now what color do you think I should paint this tomorrow? And I'll see you tomorrow as we get this thing done. And then they would follow along and then be waiting, and you would see like, tag me in the next video, tag me in the next video, you know, and they would comment like, oh, blue or red, and then I would make the next video, and then I would do the same thing like, okay, we're almost done, but like, what do you think we should do with this? And we're gonna finish it tomorrow. And then I would still post that soup to nuts finishing video with all of it at the very end to satisfy those viewers that just don't want to hear me talk. It would be just music and the fun stuff. But I broke into a series to get those more. I knew my views would drop, but I knew my engagement would go up, and I would have people more engaged, more conversion, and better. But I had to sacrifice that higher view count in exchange for the better engagement.
Yeah, because they're along for the ride at that point, which is really good. Thank you so much for your question. And by the way, the brands will find you. If fashion is your thing, they will find you. Like, they're gonna find you at some point, that's for sure. I feel like no doubt about that. So thank you.
Awesome.
Yeah. Hi, what's your name?
My name is Frank.
Frank.
Quick question. I know you guys treat it as a business, so this is a little difficult question because a lot of people here make money. So LLC, corporation S, or W-99?
I mean, I have an LLC, and I file as an S corp. But yeah, I mean, I think you should make an LLC like a company. I mean,
It's a 1099,
I really don't know what the hell
right?
I'm talking
Most of
about.
the time.
Yeah, where's my accountant?
Yeah, I honestly don't know. I just did an LLC because everyone else did one.
Same.
I actually don't really know the benefits or the differences, but
Get a couple. You want more
Thank
than one
God this guy's
LLC.
here.
That's what's up.
I asked this question to other YouTubers before, and they all gave me different answers because everybody had different personnel in the background, expense states. So everybody had different answers, and I always like to ask people like you guys, what do you guys do? Because a lot of these people here have grown to a point where they're going to need that kind of advice, and just wanted to hear from you guys.
It all depends on where your expenses are. So me, like, because all my content is in my house, building foam pits and trampolines and trapdoors, I actually can't write off a lot of the stuff because I live in that house. So it's like, you know, like I can redo my kitchen and I'm like, hey, that's for a video. And IRS is like, yeah, but you live there. So I've got my vertical recordings LLC. So that's the video production. So that's gonna be props and actors and whatever. But then now you get a separate LLC that's gonna like purchase the house and rent it to the video production company. And then like, so there's lots of things to do, but you just wanna look and go, all right, how many facets of the business do you have? How do you separate things out? And just, it's a good accountant. It's looking at that. But at the start, you don't even need to worry about it. Just get an LLC to protect yourself, because that's what it is, limited liability, and then work from there.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you. Okay, next, we only have a couple more minutes left.
Hi, thank you so much for coming. My name's Cynthia. You're an amazing moderator.
Oh, thank you,
Yeah, she's
Cynthia.
so good.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
I wish I could talk like this.
Thank you, guys.
Every panel has been you're all so generous. Thank you so much. But the one thing I haven't heard today, you talk about, brand engagement. Let's get brands. How do you find a brand agency? How do you get the brand? Where does it start? What do you look for in a brand agency? What are the things to be worried about? And what things do you think really benefit you and give you extra time to do the things you want to do?
Oh my gosh.
Great question.
I kind of fell into mine, but I can speak from mine. I'm with them for over 3 years. They do so much. They're not just an agency, they're a manager. They do so much from outreach. They send 200 emails a month on my behalf, outreach. I'll give you a little behind the scenes. I'll give you a little nugget. If there's a brand I want to work with, first I DM them. And I'm just like, let's be friends. Like whatever it is, Adobe, like, hey Adobe, you want to hang out? I'll just DM them that. And like that usually works, you know, and they'll be like, yeah, I'd love to. I'm like, do you have an email? And then I get the email and give it to my manager. If that doesn't work, I'll tell my managers who I want to work with, and they can usually track them down. But besides the fact of that, they also send 200 emails at minimum a month on my behalf. And then on top of that, they take incoming, obviously, and then they help me with everything I do, from my captions to like, even they help me, I run videos by them. They'll view it from a different lens. They'll share it on the office. They'll tell me feedback on it. They're there to help me, and I think that's how nowadays there's so many agencies. I think that is what you need to look for, is agencies that are going to do a lot more than just take the deals coming in and take 20%. You know, and on that, if you're a new creator signing with an agency, you don't have to just sign for 20%. Like I encourage you to work that number. Because I think you can get a better deal, especially if you're creative and you're growing and you have faith in yourself, you can work that. But they can do, if I go travel somewhere and I'm not even getting paid, they'll set up all my travel. They'll organize it all. They do so much for me that's not even if when they're not getting paid. So I think looking for an agency like that is what we should all be looking for.
But no matter your size, reach out to the brand. And actually, what my biggest brand deal ever, I started the project first. I was super gluing pennies to a floor to make a whole penny tile floor.
Oh, we know.
Oh, we know this one.
We know that one.
So I did that first, and I actually started editing the video, and I had data that said that this was probably going to be a big video. I had, I would test it on some dark posting and see. Then I said, okay, I reached out to Gorilla Glue, and I said, hey, this will be a big video. You can be in it. I can put your name on it, or I can reach out to Crazy Glue or whatever. Like it's totally up to you. And that's how it happened.
I've done it a lot of times.
Right. So no matter the size, like these brands are all run on the social side by Gen Z kids who are looking at social media, and looking at like they're reaching out to Dad Social because they like Dad Social. So you can do this, you can reach out first, and you don't need an agency to begin. Like I did that on my own.
How do you find one?
Well, also too, I would say this, like, it's two things. One, there's tons of agencies, there's so many networking things you can go to, like, there's so many people that have, like, I mean, if you look online, there's just so many, like, you know, if you start looking for it, you'll start finding it. There's tons of management companies. A lot of creators have their management in their bios. You can see their emails, and you can do research, but ultimately, like, when you find an agency, it's not about the agency, it's about the person you're working with at the agency, right? Yep. And if it's that person believes in you, so it's like CAA, WME, who's better, right? It's ultimately like who your manager and who your agent is, and if they believe in your vision. And then also too, like, the reason why you get 90% and your manager or agent gets 10% is because they're doing 10% of the work. So you need to do 90% of the work. That means you need to go to networking events, you need to DM brands, you can't just sit around all day and wait for your manager to get you stuff, because they won't, right? So there's a reason why those splits are the splits, right? 90-10, 80-20s, because you have to do 80% of the work. So you should constantly be going, like, one of the things I used to do, I used to go to like networking events, and I'd meet people that work at brands, and I'd be like, oh, let me follow your IG. They'd follow me back, they'd see all the stuff I'm posting, and then guess what? Now they have a budget for a brand, and they're like, oh, I know this creator directly, right? So it's like not being too cool, going networking, meeting these people. There's like, you're in LA, you know, there's a networking event every other day, right? Really putting yourself out there, really like not being afraid to message brands. And then luckily you find a good manager that can close the deal for you rather than depending on them to go find the deal for you, which they will sometimes, right? But if you live in the world of like waiting around for a manager to get you something, you're not gonna be happy. So even for me, like at the point that I'm at, I'm still constantly meeting brand reps. And a lot of people I meet, they go to another brand and they love me because they've worked with me from another brand, right? So it's kind of just putting the work in, and over time you start to build the name. And then before you know it, when it rains and pours, you're getting tons of brand deals, right? But it's really about putting the effort in and going after it, and also doing your research, finding different management companies, having meetings, seeing who believes in your vision.
And do fake brand deals first. Like, yes. I faked it a couple. I did some fake ones where Coca-Cola did not pay me, but I pretended like I was doing a Coca-Cola video, and it was self-fulfilling prophecy. Then I did a thing for Coca-Cola. So I legit made it look like I was doing something for that brand because it was just a good video concept. And then later I can send that to brands and go, hey, look at this. And they go, oh, wow, Coca-Cola. They did not pay me.
I used to have a fake manager. Like, I used to just email
Third
myself.
party.
Yeah, I'd be like, hey, Adam wouldn't do it for this rate. It's like literally, it's me. So, yeah, fake it till you make it.
Thank you for that. And I'm so glad you said that point about it's not about the agency. You can have the biggest agency in the world. If that one agent does not believe in you and your vision and your bigger picture, it's not gonna work out. You can go to an agency half the size, a quarter of the size, but if that one person that is working with you completely believes in you and your goals, you will see a difference. Because been with the biggest, been with the smallest, in between, it's about the actual relationship with agent and creator, agent talent. Really quickly.
Okay,
what's your
really
name?
quickly. So I am a manager agent bringing brands, and I'm now setting up shop in LA.
What's your name?
Lena.
Hi, Lena.
And it's Karma Pro Entertainment, Karma Pro Ent, at Karma Pro. Karma Pro Ent. But I'm not here to promote the brands. I hire you guys, actually, at all the launches that we do. So I have a question, and I was a lawyer formerly and now in this business for 20 years. So when we hire influencers and we merge the brand with the influencer, how long, my question is on the contract part, for you guys. Do you prefer a longer or a shorter term contract?
Short. Are you talking deliverables or just
Deliverables.
like we would rather have 3 videos over the course of 6 months rather than 1 over the course of 1 month?
Yeah, well, my brands normally ask for more videos.
I like longer. Because if I like the product enough to make 1 video, I'm gonna like them enough to make 5. I have a lot of year-long contracts where I make 6 to 12 videos over the course of a year, because I don't want to keep jumping products with my audience. I would love to be like, this are the tools I love, and I would love for you to use them, and I'm going to use them for a long time. And so we're talking about them all the time. So I think I like that better. But
I misunderstood. I thought you were talking about the length of the contract. Okay.
No. So this is like, I deal with contracts a lot, and it's like really interesting for me because some will do exclusive, some will do not exclusive.
Are you referring to like scope of work? The SOWs?
Scope of work. But
like length of
we
time
break
that
down
you can be under contract.
Length of time, influencer will be under contract. Because what I find when I'm dealing with influencers, everyone's very particular. Like I have to study
with the exclusivity.
Yes.
With the ad usage.
And for me, when I'm pairing the influencer with the brand, it's the connection, right? It's messaging. I have to make sure it's harmonious between both parties. So for me, it's like if the brand says we want 6 videos in 3 months, etc. I'm always interested in how the influencer feels about doing that. And sometimes when we get stuff, we have to chuck things out because we don't even get to use it if it's not good enough.
I think it depends on the relationship with the brand. I worked with a brand where we had a 2-video deal, and the first one crushed and was amazing, and I was like, this is gonna be great. They're gonna be so excited about the next one. And they hated the next one, even though it also crushed. They just didn't like it, and that made that relationship tough. But if it had been good, I would have done 10.
Right. And then modifications. That was my other question, because sometimes you get a video, the client will say, we like this, we don't like this. We then have to go back to the influencer to say, do this and do that.
If I'm a client, if I'm a brand, I want to trust Adam, because Adam knows what's going to work. And the biggest pet peeve I think we creators have is the brand goes, okay, we need our logo in the first shot.
Yeah.
All right, we need our hashtag as the caption, and we want you to pay off the video at 30 seconds and then spend the last 30 seconds talking about it. I had that request for a movie for Madam Web for Sony, and I said, look, you're paying me, I will do all of those things, but this video will no longer crack 100,000 views. It will not do anything. And it was a video concept that would have been a banger. And brands are starting to trust more now, which is exciting. But at the end of the day, please don't pull old media into new media, okay? Let us cook, because I promise we know the thing.
And I think it also, starts with the manager and the management company putting their foot down, right? So it's like, if you work with a brand, right, the manager's job is to let the brand know, like, hey, here's the script. You want modifications to the script? Absolutely, he'll change this. But if you want a reshoot, you have to pay more money for a reshoot. Because then you should have never approved it to begin with. And you can do as many back and forths as you want to change the script, right? And ultimately, if the brand can't see the vision, that's also the manager's job to explain, hey, this is the creator you're working with. Look at his content. It's very easy to see how this brand will be inserted into his content. Here's a detailed script line by line. And if it's shot exactly like that, you just simply can't ask for a reshoot unless you're giving more of a budget, right? So I think it really comes down to the manager to lay down the law with the brand, because if you don't, then the brand will just walk all over you.
Yeah, I agree. I think also for the quick note, because I know we have to wrap it up, for the brand side, to your point, just let the creator cook. You are reaching out to them as a brand for a reason. Clearly, you already feel like they bring value in how they're showing up online. So you have to work with the creator to, when they say, all right, this is how you want it, but I'm letting you know it's not gonna crack 100K views. It's not going to do that.
I just want to add to that, because most of my brands, besides the North American one, they're international. So I'm merging cultures, right? I'm merging India, Asian market, and their brands coming to Hollywood and Hollywood North. I'm from Toronto originally. So it's like bringing all that together, and sometimes I have to negotiate with the content creator or the celebrity to say, let's adjust here, because they have a certain way of doing business. That's all they know, and you guys have a certain way of doing business.
You gotta meet in the middle.
Yeah. And last question is for children, because I have a lot of kids reaching out who want to produce content.
Okay.
What advice do you have for them?
Just start.
Yeah, just start. I will say, because we're already running over on time, if you want to catch up with them, if you want to catch up with them offline when they are done with the panel, I'm sure they're open to more questions. Thank you guys so much. And also, Adam, I wanted to get to a question about Adobe because we were talking about it earlier and how cool the new Adobe Premiere on your phone is, very much like the desktop, but even easier to use. So if you do have questions about Adobe Premiere and Adobe in general, I feel like Adam is a great go-to. I'm putting that on you. I hope you don't mind, bro.
I have a caption game like on point. Great captions.
Yeah, I have a saying where like I'll just shoot a video like horrible, like I do everything wrong, break all the rules, and then we just fix it in post. And I feel like with Adobe, there's so many tools to fix it in post, and not only fix it, but like make it amazing. So there's a lot of really valuable tools that can really elevate your video.
All right, we're here with my friend Ben. I've known Ben for about a year now. Yeah. Actually, do you want to tell them a little bit about yourself?
I'm a content creator or short form content, vertical stuff on TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat, YouTube. I've kind of done everything from relationship content to now comedy to travel stuff to food stuff. And yeah, now we're in the kind of comedic and culture chapter of my content. Yeah.
I love that. You're crushing it. You're one of the hardest workers I know. If you had to start from zero, from scratch to build your following, what advice would you tell yourself?
I would say find something that you can relate to an incredibly large group of people. Make it vague, but everything is so saturated on social media. Do things that a lot of people are surprised about, but can also relate about. So like right now I'm focusing on cultural shocks and cultural differences because a lot of people in Europe, where I'm from, don't know a lot of the crazy things about America. Like you guys have an incredible culture out here, but things are bigger and better. And so everything's very exciting and surprising and easy to show a European audience and show that, and the Americans are like, wait, you guys don't have that? Yeah. So just relating to a large group of people and trying to find something relatable, that's kind of what I do. And the normal shit, like post every single day at between 11 and 1 when most of the world is awake, and everything that you've already heard every creator say, but it's all very, very true. As many times as you need to hear it, it's very true.
I love that. Thank you so much. Y'all, so this next panel is stacked. We have the family creators now. It is so cool to be able to build a brand and a business centered on your family. I think that's amazing. Now, at the end of the day, that's what we are looking for, impact, and how we can use these platforms in order to not only help others, but also build a lifestyle around making content. So check it out.
What's one content format or series that you feel like significantly boosted your engagement or your growth? And why do you think it is that worked? So what was one thing that you really feel like, whether it was a series or just something you made a pivot with your content and it just took off? Who's gonna go first?
Ladies first.
Okay, ladies first. By the way, hi guys, my name is Lena Nori. I'm so honored to be here, and it's funny because as Julissa said, it doesn't matter, what level you are at creating content, if it's something you do for fun, if it's something you do professionally. We're still even having discussions of trying to figure out the algorithm, trying to figure out content and engagement. I've always said that social media is kind of like dating. You don't really always know where you stand. There's different ebbs and flows, but I think the key thing is not just to find one content strategy that works. So for example, fashion hacks go viral, but a lot of brands are really looking at your audience and how much they engage and trust in you. So that's why it's really important to ask yourself, what value am I offering? So whether you find something that goes viral, that's great, but what's the story that you're telling? What is your content identity? And one of my favorite formulas I use is, so I like to predominantly stick to like 50-60% of my content and what's true to me. And then I always like to A/B test, which is trying out different trends or ideas that I might like, which now works if you're using trial reels. Which, by the way, trial reels is incredible. If you guys haven't tried it, you definitely should. My tip with trial reels is I use videos that I know will go viral. So instead of trying out something new, I try out something that I already know has done well, that my audience resonates with, and that's what I push through on trial reels, and they like shoot to the moon. And so, as I mentioned, is know who you are, know what value you're offering, but don't ever hesitate to try something new and see what works. And when it does work, recreate it. So whatever you're doing, if that video goes viral, do it in a whole different way, a whole new video, different outfit, different background, different creator. So that's my best advice, is just A/B test and constantly see what works, but also stay true to yourself, because I think that's key.
Yeah, so you were saying the series of fashion hacks and knowing that that was something that people resonated with. And to see you as a big sister, I mean, I definitely see you that way. I only have 3 older brothers, I don't have any sisters, so I could definitely see how that comes through in your content, for sure.
Alright, so I'm Andrea Espada. That works the most for me is like family related. So when I'm a mom, you know, like these funny moments with your kids, these funny moments with your husband, I think that's the most important thing for me. Those are the type of videos that do well for me. And also when I try to be the Latina and use my accent, make fun of myself, I think that I just find how to be authentic. So you need to find your niche, and then you need to master it. And yeah, so I also do beauty here and there. And so beauty for me is not about perfection, it's about to be authentic. And then, yeah, like just to find these moments as a real mom, right? Like I just don't try to be perfect on camera, I just try to be real. And I think that people like that a lot. Sure.
What's up, y'all? Don Benjamin. Guys, you know what I mean? I got my start on America's Next Top Model.
Yes.
And, you know, I was just laying in bed doing selfies all day on Instagram. And then I was like, you know, I gotta switch it up. And so, for me, what elevated and took my content and following and engagement to the next level was adding comedy into what I was doing. So, you know, still fashion and still trying to be fly, but when you add that humor, I feel like everybody can connect with humor. And so once we started adding comedy to our content, and then, you know, I got married and we had a family, and then Leanne elevated everything else. But yeah, comedy for us is kind of, for me, what set the tone.
Do you feel like adding the comedy had your audience make you feel a little more real? Because, you know, when you see models, especially male models, you know, they're like, whoa, it's kind of unattainable to...
Yeah, no, definitely comedy makes you, like, for me, people might have been intimidated to come up to me if they see me on a billboard with my shirt off, and then if they see my Instagram making fun of myself, they're like, I'm just a regular person.
Yeah, you're not taking yourself
seriously. When they see the character in you, it makes it a little bit more relatable in a sense.
And the way we're gonna talk backstage about that American Next Top Model, woo, we had to check.
Yeah.
That documentary.
Don't ask me about Tyra. Not gonna ask me if y'all want to.
That was my next question. Leanne.
So my name is Leanne V. Thank you so much for having me. I'm so grateful just to look at the panel. Like, these are my real friends, you guys. This is the dream, to be able to work and collaborate. It's all about community. The one thing that I've always remembered and reminded myself, and I tell myself and my husband this, it's all about friendships and relationships. So when you're trying to create, a lot of the times our inspiration comes from our loved ones, from our friends, from our real life situations. And I think what really elevated my career when it came to content creation, not only consistency and making sure I'm aligned with what I'm doing, with what I want to mirror back to the world, and comedy, yes, comedy, people love to laugh. That was honestly an accident. I don't think I'm funny, but I think of funny ideas with my family, and it all started with Vine. That was around 2013, 14, and I just was trying to figure out ways to build my own community, my own audience. I used to work at a car dealership selling cars. Also, Monday through Friday I was selling cars. The weekends I was going touring with an artist as a backup singer. So I pretty much was doing so many things. I met Don, he was an artist. We were doing music at the time. And content creation honestly stumbled upon my life. We started doing funny videos, and it just took off on Vine. I accumulated 1 million followers within 6 months, and I'm thinking, how is this even possible? So what I'm grateful for is that we're able to create our own voice and build our own business just using our own platforms. It's available to you, our phones, Adobe, all the editing softwares. You can download it and you just teach yourself. I taught myself how to edit and how to study different creators that I loved. And honestly, back then, there was not a lot of creators at the time. It was very new. And now, look at this. Like, it's such an amazing, beautiful journey to see Dhar Mann Studios and our friends become so successful with their own businesses. But I think for me, now, beauty, which was also not even, I didn't plan that either. I just, again, was going with the flow, and allowing God to guide my career, and now it's really just family and having a good time, enjoying it. And again, like you guys said, being authentic and true to yourself, because that's really what resonates with everyone. So that's
love that. I do want to ask you, and anyone can take this question, but let's say I'm not funny. Let's say that's just not my thing. But you are. I mean, let's say someone is feeling like they haven't really discovered what the secret sauce is. You know, that thing that you're like, I know I'm onto something, but I don't know if it's comedy. I don't know if it's, like, I know that I'm onto something. What advice would you give those creators that are kind of on the precipice of figuring out what exactly can I narrow in on and focus to make my audience, to grow my community? Because going viral is one thing, and I'm sure you guys have noticed nowadays, especially with the way the algorithm works, people are consuming the content, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're following you. Doesn't necessarily mean that your numbers are growing, and I don't even think that it's about numbers anymore, right? Of course it's great to have it, and of course since you've been doing it for so long, you're gonna amass a huge following, but really it's more about figuring out how do I really find that secret sauce and like show up on a consistent basis, because really consistency, like you mentioned, Leanne, is another big part of all of this. You know, it's a lot of moving things and parts that make all of this kind of end up being successful.
I think the biggest thing, like you said, was finding what you truly want to do, or what's your vision for yourself, and then you can find ways to amplify that, right? Like if you want to do fashion, like how can you, like, you know your lane is fashion, but what kind of trends can you follow that's in this that you can adjust to your fashion videos, right? If you want to do fashion, how can I, like for us, it's not necessarily about being funny, because sometimes, you know, realism is funny, right? Just real life situations end up being funny. You don't have to be a stand-up comedian, but people can relate to things. So like for us, it's like if we're getting dressed and I trip and like if she's trying to put her pants on, she falls, or I come up and I grab her out of nowhere and it scares her, like it could come off as funny to the audience. You know what I mean? We're not like doing a joke, but now that has become a funny video where somebody can send to their boyfriend or girlfriend, be like, oh my God, look at babe, this is me and you. So like thinking of content that people are gonna wanna send to their friends or their significant others that they can relate to is big, and again, whatever that key is that you're doing, you just try to find ways to make those relatable, right?
I think what we have in common, Don, when we were getting to know each other and we're talking about content creation, we enjoy so many things, and from music to content creation, modeling, so many things we can be passionate for, right? But to think about what really moves you, I've learned to narrow it down to at least 3, because we can be all over the place. One day we feel like doing a fashion video, one day we don't like it because it didn't perform well, then you want to do comedy. So I think it's good to try to see what you're mainly passionate about and then just try it out. Don't be afraid to make a mistake or fail, because you're just figuring out and maneuvering and figuring out how to navigate through what you feel is true to yourself.
I was actually going to say that is the brand.
Yeah.
So if you're asking what the content is not knowing what you want to do in life. So it's, as I said, what value you're offering. So in that case, it would be storytelling. As I was talking earlier about the algorithm, I saw so many people nod and be like, oh my God, yeah, the algorithm's, you know, you never can figure it out. It's constantly adapting as there's more creators and there's new apps. It's always changing. So maybe the story that you tell is, I don't know what I'm doing, but you're turning on the camera, you're being authentic, and you're telling a story, because I guarantee you there's more people that don't know what they're doing than there is that do. So for example, I was mentioning earlier, we had a girls' night for Valentine's Day, and there was like 4 of us at like 2 a.m. and the conversation was the algorithm, the industry changing, what brand deals. Everything is constantly evolving. No one really knows what they're doing as long as you're putting one foot in front of the other. So that is your brand, is really just figuring it out and turning on the camera. And obviously consistencies, that's the number one thing everyone says is consistency. That's definitely true, but consistency with no sense of direction and not knowing your why won't get you followers, it won't grow your platform. So I would say turn on the camera, tell a story, do your makeup. Is it because you're going to date night? Compare, like I thought it'd be funny to do a video comparing the algorithm to going on dates, because really you just don't really know where you stand.
Yeah.
One day they love you, the next day they hate you. You gotta try out different, you know, trends and things. And so I would just say to turn on the camera, be authentic, tell a story. If you're funny, obviously people love humor. And there's so much to teach. Like you'd be surprised, every single one of us in here has a talent. Every single person in this room, if you really think about something that you love and you're good at, and it's a thing that puts a smile on your face, that is a thing that I would go after, because if you want to stay consistent and you want to grow, people know when you're being authentic and they know the value of their like and their follow. So if they feel like you're genuinely being yourself and if you're teaching them something and adding some kind of value in their life, they absolutely will follow you. Like I love MD Motivator, and I will also save 5,000 cooking videos, and I have yet to use one. Actually, I did use one. I did the Snicker, with the Snicker things, but I still save the videos. Why? Because I want to be better at cooking. So there's people out there that want your talent, they want to know your advice, they want to hear your stories, and so share it. But like I said, have a sense of direction. It's when people say consistency, I'm like, that's such a vague thing to just say. Right. It's like throwing something at the wall. Everyone's consistent. And whatever you do, you guys are consistently waking up, consistently trying. It is, what is your direction? What value are you adding? And think about how you can make it your own. So tell your own story, give your own direction, and maybe not knowing exactly what you're doing, because sometimes I don't, is your direction.
Absolutely. I can definitely resonate with that, because I was showing up consistently doing makeup because it's something that I was passionate about, but I was doing all the trends and all this. And then one day I was just like, you know what? My followers are at a different age group. I don't know if they care about strawberry freckle blush on me. Like they probably care about what am I doing for anti-aging. And then once I made that pivot, it actually was when people were like, oh yeah, I'm gonna save this video, I'm gonna share this video, because I was just kind of like chasing all the trends. So that leads me to my next question. Because in beauty and fashion trends move so fast, many people are typically copying them. Again, I was one of them. How do you balance staying relevant, staying true to the content that you want to do, while still keeping like your personal brand and your personal identity within the trends? Because we do get inspired. We see you guys doing funny couple videos, and maybe that fall you would have edited out in the past, but now you keep it because it's relatable. So how do you kind of find the balance between things that are trendy and the content to do that you know is a fun, viral trend, but then also bringing it back to why people follow you in the first place?
All right, so I feel like, including myself, I follow trends all the time, but I make it my own. I put my own spice to it. I put my Latina culture, my accent, and that is what makes me unique. But also, like, trends give you visibility, right? Yes. Give you engagement, give you views, but at the end of the day, they have to love you for your personality, for who you are. Yeah. When you bring your real self, that's when they're gonna fall in love with you. And I think that that's a balance. Like, yeah, you can do trends to go viral, because that's how we go viral, doing trends. But also don't forget that your core is to be yourself and create the content that you love the most. Yeah, for me, it's like my kids. Like, I love comedy content. So we do YouTube. We are like one of the biggest families on YouTube.
Absolutely. She's gonna be on the family panel as well, so you guys want to stick around for that. And we're gonna get into all of those questions. Absolutely huge, I think.
Yeah. So yeah, for me, it's like just be real, follow the trends, but don't forget that your core is be authentic and just follow who you are.
Yeah. Because think about it, if you do a trend and your video goes viral, then what? That's your perfect opportunity actually to kind of reintroduce yourself and bring everyone to your page that is following you now from that viral video. So it's kind of like reintroducing yourself every time. I kind of feel this way about the feed. The feed feels like, because now it gets, because of the algorithm, it gets out to so many people that may not know you. You kind of want to approach it as if they don't know you. And then your stories is where people know you. You can assume that, oh, if people are watching my stories, they know me. But on the feed, you can kind of assume that maybe they don't know me. I don't know, that's a little hack that I've been doing lately. Like if this is the first time someone has ever landed on my page, on the feed, they're kind of gonna get reintroductions of myself little by little. And then on the stories, you'll see my morning routine, my day-to-day, and all those things. But I do have a question for Leanne and Benjamin. Now, was it a tough decision to include your family in your content, just knowing how opinionated the world is? That comment section can be pretty brutal. And especially when, like you guys said, you started off with a lot of the content being as a couple and sharing that journey. But it's a different story when now you're also bringing along your family.
You know, I've been doing family content since the Vine days. I've always danced with my dad. If you don't know Papa V is a big inspiration in my life. He's honestly the creator in our family as well. He's so funny. He's always the first one to dance and sing. He's the life of the party. So having him be a part of my videos was very natural. Everything's intentional as well too. So everything that we do with our kids, with the family, it's all intentional. We're very careful and, you know, always protect our privacy and boundaries. I think you always have to think that through. If something you post, can you post it forever? Can you see it on there forever? Are you gonna regret it? You have to think it through when it comes to family. But it was, you know, something that we've always enjoyed, and we're very family oriented. So again, something authentic to us is our family and sharing that journey and our marriage journey, everything. When it comes to that, it's always authentic and intentional.
So does Papa V have his own agent now?
Listen.
I'm his agent. Y'all gotta go through me.
Oh, you're his agent?
Listen, if you want tough kids, throw them in the wolf pack early. All right, toughen their, no, I'm just playing. Toughen that skin up. Listen, they're gonna deal with the, you know what I'm saying?
No. The comment section.
They're gonna deal with that comment section sooner or later. Let's get it started early.
No, that's pretty crazy if you really think about it.
Can I actually throw in a note real quick?
Of course.
As I'm working with different brands, because I've always done videos with my mom. Unfortunately, she was a little bit further away, but we like to do styling videos together because she gets so excited and then she like sends them to all of her friends. But as I've been speaking to different brands with, you know, content ideas and what we're doing for branding, they always bring up my mom.
Yeah.
Like that's the number one thing is, hey, we love the series that you do with your mom. And then I even
No, I do love those. They're really good.
Yeah, it's so good. And I used to always do videos with my niece and nephew when they were younger, but then they became teens and got made fun of in school, so they didn't want to be in my content anymore. But now he's 17, and he knows I've got a 93% female demographic, so he's
circling back.
He's trickling his way back content. But from a brand perspective, it's actually not. I'm not saying that's why they do it, but it's what brands love. They love like a whole family feel. They love to not only feel authentic, but that it's multi-generational. So, you know, I'm in my 30s, but my mom is in her late 60s, so they love that whatever I can use on myself, I can also use on her. So from a brand perspective, and I'm sure I think that's your next question, is how to make it's great if you have content that has family in it, just because it feels more personal, it feels less of a commercial, and naturally your interaction, like we're so comfortable up here right now because we all literally know each other, where I think it'd be a little bit different if we didn't. So just having another face, another family member, another friend, definitely for branding is huge.
And also with the kids too, like all jokes aside, like when you have kids doing content, like our daughter comes up to us and she'll be like, I want to do a video, I want to do a fashion video, but like if there's days that she don't want to like do stuff, she'll be vocal about it, and she'll be like, and we'll be like, okay, she's tired today, she doesn't want to shoot, and we'll kind of allow, you know, she's only 3, but she's very vocal about how she wants to do it, you know. And so, I mean, I look at it when I was in Minnesota, looking at kids on Disney, and I'm like, damn, like I wish I had these opportunities, you know, to do this. And now we have the opportunity to allow our kids to do that. So it's, you know, it's a fine line, but like listening to your kid and not like forcing them to do it, I think is a big one.
Right, no, for sure. That's a great note. Lena, you can so tell you have a hosting background. You're like, I know we're gonna get to, which we are, we're gonna get to the money. Let's get to the money, right? Because let's be real. Yes, we can be passionate about this all day, every day, but all that time and energy that you're dedicating to your content, wouldn't it be nice to be compensated for that? You know, let's talk about the monetization of it all, the money of it all. What are some tips that you can give our creators wanting to earn money in beauty, in fashion, and in the lifestyle space?
I mean, y'all getting that money, what's up? Y'all getting to the bag. Listen, I started influencing because of the money. I was like, bro, I'm tired of being broke. I need some money if I can post it.
He just happens to be good looking and talented.
Like honestly, like I literally, like a friend of mine, when I first got on Instagram, they were like, yo, you know you can get paid if you post content. And I'm like, wait, what? And they're like, yeah, man, my friend just made $50. And I'm like, $50, bro, that's like food for a few days. But then like you start to realize your worth and you realize like followers equal money, or nowadays it's more engagement that equals money, you know, like you have to have that engagement. But yes, like there's a lot of money in it, but you have to, again, like we said, you gotta be strategic with how you're going about it, right? You have to look at social media as a business. Like a lot of people are just posting like their family and we're at the park, but why not like make it almost like an ad to present to a brand? If we're at the park and we have Cheez-Its, right? Like how can we like stage this photo a little bit more to where we're presenting the Cheez-Its to where now we can submit this photo to the PR team at Cheez-Its and show them what we could do, and now they're gonna pay us, you know, $5,000, $10,000, $20,000 for this piece of content that we may have just thrown away as a family photo. So you have to be thinking about everything as a brand on social media, really.
Oh, okay. So yeah, when I started creating content, I didn't make money like for a year, more or less. Like I just keep going and keep going and keep trying, and I never gave up. But yeah, so being a content creator for the first time, it takes time to start making money. For sure. But once you break through, everything is gonna come to you. Yeah. So the key is just to keep going, never give up. Always keep going, keep creating, find your niche, be authentic, as we always said. But yeah, so I think that's important. Just keep going, never give up.
And so let's get to how to make money. So I would say this is the basis of how, if you really want to make money, how to approach it. Because obviously, a lot of people don't realize how much time goes into content creation. It's more than a full-time job. I'm in bed until the very end, thinking of ideas right before I sleep, and then I wake up, and I try not to look at my phone because it affects your mental health, but I'll do it. So I actually just recently did a summit with Tracker. And the summit was actually myself talking on behalf of creators with brands because I was their top creator in 2024. So brands, the quickest way to, or the easiest way to approach this is brands want to see what you organically use in your life. So for example, brands have completely shifted. Like maybe 5 years ago it was, if you had, for every 10,000 followers, this is what you should be getting paid as your rate. That does not exist anymore. Not only is the whole economy constantly changing, but social media is constantly changing. Engagement matters more than your followers. So you could have 1/10 of the amount of followers, but if you have a 3%, 8% engagement, and they read your comments. So there's now social media influencer marketing programs. There's Tracker, as I mentioned, Captivate, Creator IQ, all of the top brands. Every single brand uses one or all of those like affiliate marketing agencies, sorry, not affiliate, I apologize, affiliates like LTK and ShopMy, but they use these marketing agencies. And what these agencies do is they collect creator data and they let people know how many times you've tagged each brand, what your influence is, what your age range is, how many are female. Because, for example, if you're a beauty brand, a girl or female or male, whichever one, could be getting, you know, excellent engagement. But if their demographic is predominantly men, unless they're trying to find a man that wants to get his wife makeup for her birthday or Valentine's Day, they're going to try to target females. So number one, it's really important to know that every single thing you do online, there's agencies collecting data. So when you turn on your camera and you're using products, if you're going to the park, as Don said, and you're, you know, eating Cheez-Its or you got watermelon and you want to tag Ralph's or whatever, my point is that every single time you tag these brands, so my number one recommendation in fashion and beauty specifically, and you can also do this in wellness, is tag the brands organically. That doesn't mean doing a feature tag. So if you're doing a styling video, you're doing a day in my life, you're cleaning your kitchen, and you want to tag Amazon Home, all of that is getting tracked. And so when these larger companies and these brands want to do brand deals, they either hire these agencies or collect the creator data, and it's completely shifted from one-off ads. Brands are now looking for long-term partnerships. So this is something that we discussed on the summit about 2 months ago, is brands are now moving from one-off ads where they don't really know the value of what it's giving, and moving and specifically looking for creators that organically use their products, organically use their stuff. So for example, the last 3 or 4 deals I've done have been brands reaching directly to me. For example, I just did Patrick Talk. They saw on LTK, so then this moves to affiliate linking. You want to always link what you're using. Not only does it kind of take the guesswork out of what you're using, but people are like, oh, Lena's great. She's like a home shopping network or a life shopping network. I just go on her page, I like her outfit, I don't have to comment where is this from, it's right there. So especially when you can make their life easier. Now, the brand advantage of using these affiliate marketings like LTK, Shop My, Amazon storefronts is that they can go on the back end. So these brands go on the back end going, who's been selling my product? So for example, they saw that I was selling their body oil. So they reached out going, hey, thank you so much for all the love. We'd love to do a campaign with you. And I've been using their body oil maybe 20 or 30 times before they reached out. So I definitely recommend the following is always tagging organically. Use products you genuinely love and believe in because people know when you're lying and you want to build trust because that's really important to brands too. Keep consistent and use the affiliate linking because they can actually see the back end sales. They have partnerships with these programs and they're able to see who's selling. So like if I was doing something, I'd be like, this girl, she's selling, let me show her some love, let me throw her a brand deal because she's gonna continue to use my stuff in her future videos. So it's more, think long-term investment versus short-term for sure.
It's kind of like what you do in your normal life when you really love something. You kind of have that brand loyalty. You know, you make sure that you go and get points at your favorite makeup store because that's where you tend to shop the most. It's similar to that. And I think you broke it down perfectly. So thank you so much to each and every one of you for kicking off our morning and this panel. I hope you guys are already feeling great about the rest of the day and all the panels that we have coming up. Get ready to learn a lot. It is gonna feel overwhelming, but I promise you, take your notes, record if you need to. All of this you can digest later when you are at your free time and at home and really start putting it to use because all of this information is so helpful. Thank you guys. Give it up one more time for our panelists. Quick photo.
Thank y'all, we appreciate y'all too.
So the first ever vlog, so you made it into the first ever vlog of this channel.
So these are for YouTube, right?
Yeah, for YouTube.
Perfect, okay.
Yeah, we're gonna cut it up for shorts, but I essentially want to impart on my audience some tips on building their following, the business end, the creator end, all that kind of good stuff. So if you want to tell them a little bit about yourself, what you do.
So I'm Fabio Farati, I'm a content creator. I do 2 type of formats. One is VFX, special effects, transition, green screen. I work a lot with green screen and behind the scene. And the other side, more lifestyle, Italian abroad, because I'm Italian, so my accent is a little bit mamma mia.
A little bit.
So, and it works really pretty good in social media, so.
Yeah. Obviously, you're doing this full time, right?
Yeah.
So this is kind of like a business, a lifestyle for you. It's not just for fun. So what was like the biggest mindset shift? Went from just creating content for fun to like actually taking it serious and making a living out of it?
I was creating contents in my family bedroom in Italy, and I was like, look at all of these creators that works with the best brands. I can do it. I don't have that skills now, but I'm gonna work on it, and I wanna be there. And now I'm in LA. For me, it's a dream. Starting from Italy, be here in LA, living here, and creating contents, have my team. It's a dream for me.
So you could say like content took you around the world, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. All around, and even more in the future. I already know.
Yeah.
It's insane.
How can someone find an unfair advantage on social media?
You gotta work hard. You gotta try multiple ways, multiple times. Many concepts are not gonna work. Many concepts are gonna stay at 3 views. And okay, what you did wrong, what I did wrong, what I can improve, what I can go. You gotta try and work at the beginning, especially get inspired by other creators and work on the quantity as well. Because sometimes we publish content we don't even want to publish. And maybe you publish and it go viral. So you never know. You never know. So quantity and work. That's it.
I love that. Thank you so much, bro. We got another panel with some more family-oriented creators. Now, I hope you guys are starting to see some trends emerge throughout all these panels. There are certain things that these influencers and personal brands do that set them apart from everybody else. One of the biggest things is consistency, but also they have their foundation of what helps them build their brand, but they also have all of the other things as far as lifestyle, mindset, engagement hacks, but more than the hacks, there's a real strategy behind it. So with that being said, let's get into the next panel.
A lot of the movies that you watch are for kids, but parents can watch it and enjoy it and cry at it and feel the emotion. And I think on YouTube, you know, different things do attract different audiences. And I think if you are going into relating to an adult, you know, the story matters more. But if you don't want to lose those younger viewers, you know, trying to add color or things that are visual as they like that, and really kind of thinking of that scene by scene or throughout your video, like each scene you should try to be thinking of like, how is a young person gonna enjoy this? How is an older person gonna enjoy this? And how is like the teen, would a teen enjoy this as well? I think it's very challenging, but I think when you do hit all three benchmarks, that's when you have what we call a banger video.
And their banger video gets like 10 million views in a week, just in case, if you're not familiar with their content. By the way, for those of you guys standing on the sides, like we do have a few more seats. If anyone wants to take a seat, please feel free. You know, one question that I'm curious about is sometimes people, especially for those of you that are interested in creating family content, like you may not know, do you just show your regular everyday life moments? Or does the content have to be produced where you're creating certain scenarios? And in that, can you just be your true everyday self? Or do you kind of have to play a character where you're toning it up a little bit? Yeah, I'll let Andrea, yeah, because I love, you're nodding, you're excited to answer this.
It's working, yes. I want to talk so bad. So, say the question again.
I love it. So, I know, what was my question again? No, just joking. So, you know, with content, I think in the beginning when we think of like YouTube especially, right? I know there's different types of family content for different platforms. You guys obviously are masters at YouTube, but you're crushing it on every different platform. There was a point in time where YouTube, you just turned the camera on and you kind of figured it out as you went. That vlog style content creation, I think we all remember and think of certain creators when I say that. But YouTube has evolved quite a bit. It's a lot more competitive. I don't think if we showed our day-to-day life, it would just be Ali on a laptop pretty much like 90% of his day. So my question is, how much do you have to actually produce, like create situations, and then how much can you just be your normal self versus playing an actual character?
Yeah, so I think that we have to have a balance, and that's the difficult part. So we do sometimes like, you know, less scripted videos, but we don't forget the core of who we are as a family. So we try to integrate both at the same time. But yeah, so that's pretty much it. I think that find that balance, and yeah, it's difficult, but I think that is possible.
It's okay to level up your production. Obviously, as time goes by, the goal is to get better, right? In every way possible. But while you upgrade the production, you can't forget to be yourself, right? Just because you have more spectacle and more videographers and more planning involved, you should still stay true to yourself, because that's how you build your core audience. So I would say it's a balance of both, leveling up the production, but also remembering who you are as an individual and what got you to where you are. Because you don't want to sell out and just play a character now, because people want to identify to who you once were.
Yeah, because at that point, when you play a character, I feel that people are going to stop following your journey. So people come back because they fell in love with who you are as a persona.
And she's always worried about, you know, being perfect on camera or saying things the right way.
I have to, guys.
And I always have to tell her, like, one of the most perfect things you can do is just be imperfect. Because that's something that we can all relate to, right? We're all trying so hard to be perfect, but you're realizing that people are falling in love with the fact that you're not perfect. So that gives you the ability to be yourself. So
perfection is boring. Relatable is powerful.
She memorized this last night. I was trying to go to sleep at 12 a.m. and she was reading.
What's studying?
She was on ChatGPT, but anyways. Yeah, just a balance of both. Try to be yourself, but also you want to level up the production and progress as the years go by. When we first started, we had no idea what we were doing, from production to acting.
I didn't even speak English at that point.
That's true.
Remember?
So we kind of just had to figure it out and learn, and
Yeah, it was hard, but it was a fun journey, and that's what we enjoyed the most, was the journey.
And before we turn it over to Matt and Rebecca, I just think there were so many golden nuggets there. Guys, if you're thinking about being a successful content creator, you're already successful and trying to level it up, and maybe you have certain insecurities or certain reservations, or you're not getting as much progress as you want. Andrea did not speak English when she started her content journey. Like, think about how high of an obstacle that is to be able to succeed. So whatever you're dealing with, and I'm not saying, you know, one person's problems are less serious than the others, but just remember that you can overcome whatever that obstacle is and one day get to where they're sitting today. So that's incredible. Yeah, well, let's give a round of applause.
You're gonna make me cry. How long ago was that? When did you guys start? What was the? Do you remember how long ago it was that you? Like, what's the journey for you guys?
Should we take his questions?
They started around 9 to 10 years ago, right? Yeah, Matt, don't try to take my job, man.
Pretty good though.
There's one person here.
It was 10 years ago. So I'll tell this story real quick if we have time. So we had regular jobs, and one day she was like, "I want to make funny videos." I was like, "What does that mean?" So she went and hired a production company or a couple of friends that she knew, and she came back and showed me the video, and I was like, "What did I just watch?" So I decided to quit my job. I quit my job and I was like, you know what, if you're gonna do this and pursue this route, we're gonna do it together. And we're gonna do whatever it takes to make this happen. So I quit my job, she quit her job, and we kind of just had to figure it out from the ground up. But we had a goal and vision in mind, and we knew that no matter what, we wouldn't stop until we were able to be successful. So it's for sure not easy. And you gotta weather the storm, you gotta get back up every single time. But if you have the right mindset and you're able to still believe in your vision, like, you can make it happen, no matter what.
That's amazing. You know, forget answering the earlier question. Why don't you guys just tell us about your journey? Is that kind of more interesting? Like, how did you guys get to where you are today? Just by a show of hands, I'm curious, how many people are most interested in learning about YouTube from here? Okay, wow, that's quite a bit of hands. What about Instagram? Okay, and what about TikTok? Okay, and just in case there's a Facebook rep here, I gotta ask a question. What about Facebook? Okay, awesome. Facebook's actually one of our biggest platforms. So.
Anyone on MySpace?
Okay, so quite a few YouTube actually. So yeah, I would love to have you guys tell your journey, and then if you also want to kind of tuck in, do you play characters or can you just be your authentic self?
Okay, well, I'll start. So we were in the era of everyday vlogging. Matt and I vlogged for 500 days straight. I wouldn't recommend it. I think it becomes very blurred between like what's reality and what are you trying to do to make a video good. And you know, as a family content creator, I think that's very important to draw those lines. For if you have kids in it, they need to know that this is a video time, this is real time, so they're not waking up with a camera in their face. And I think that YouTube has really pivoted, and I think that's very healthy. So I'll start by saying that. So you know, we were creators before we had kids. And so as a mom now, it's been an interesting journey trying to figure out what that looks like and how to protect our children while also including them in our life. We have a child who really wants to be in it, and we're trying to like figure out what that balance is of like putting her in content. But I would say if you do have kids, and what we've always done is we do all the work, we have where we want to go, and we have a plan A, a plan B, a plan C, because most of the time if they don't want to do it, they don't do it. So if you are a parent and you are including your kids, I do think it's good to make sure that the content can live without the kids in it. I think that's very much for us what we like to focus on, that content is great content even if you don't have a little kid in it. And I think as long as you prioritize the video can still work without them, that keeps it in a healthy spot for when the kids do choose to be in the content.
That's amazing. I would love to talk about post-production for a second, because we are playing a game where retention is everything, right? Like, I think creators now are more focused on post than ever before. Well, actually, I'll throw this one to Ali and Matt. Like, what right now would you say is like the percentage of your time that you spend on ideation? And ideation is the thumbnail, the title of the video, the log line of the video. Ali's smiling because he's so excited to answer this question.
He wants to talk
doesn't
so
even want me to
bad.
finish this. Because this is YouTuber Geek Talk. This is what we actually talk about when we all hang out, just so you guys know. So how much time do you spend on like ideation versus shooting the video versus post-production? And I think this answer is gonna surprise you guys and change the way you guys go about creating content. So I'd pay close attention to this. So let's start with Ali, and then I'd love to go to Matt.
You can ask my wife, but I spend most of my time working on the edits religiously. So a lot of times, you know, you try your best to tell a story, a good story. You try to write a good script. But you'll be surprised how much more you can do in the edit. You can take decent footage and make a great video if you know how to storytell in the edit. And you know how to piece together in the edit. And if you know how to use sound design in the edit, right? So I spend 80% of my time in post-production, because at the end of the day, I feel like that's really what's gonna enhance the video and help it live on as long as possible. So yeah, I'm always on Adobe, avid user, love their software, and I spend about 40, 50 hours a week at least just focusing on post-production because it's so critical. And I'm talking about like every little detail, like the hook, intro, reference shots, music design, all of it's so critical, right? It's what gives the audience the real full experience. So I'd say definitely 80%.
80% guys on post-production. I mean, how many here are surprised by that answer? Right? Like 80% of your time on just the edit of the video. I always thought it was the actual shooting of the video that should take the most time, but that actually takes the least amount of time. But I'm curious as to Matt, what your response is to that.
Ollie, are you, your editors in with you? Or are they out of house? Are they in the house or out of the house?
They're not in the house.
Okay, yeah, we're the same way. So we spend, Rebecca more or less works on more of the pre-production, creation, ideation, and then I handle the post team. So we have 7 editors ranging from locations from Denver, all the way to Chicago, New York, LA, and then the rest are overseas. So Romania, India, and the Philippines. And we use Adobe nonstop as well, but Frame also I think is another Adobe product that we use to kind of communicate with them as well. And yeah, same thing, mirroring exactly what Ali's saying is that you can change a lot, but as long as you have like the bones, and then you see like what you missed in the video, and then now you try to go back on the next one and try to implement it while you're filming. But we spend about the same amount of time in the edit.
And just to get technical for a second, for those that are like established creators, I think they would also like to hear this. What types of tools with Adobe are you actually using? Like, walk us through what your work stack is like and how you can improve the success of a video with Adobe's tools.
Well, I've been using Adobe for 10 years, and what I love the most about it is I get to use all the tools under the same Adobe umbrella, so it's very convenient, it's very practical. For example, I'm on Premiere editing the videos, but I can also use Photoshop and drag the photos back into there. I can go on Illustrator and drag the photos in there. And if I ever want to fix anything in sound, I can hop onto Audition, which is another tool in Adobe. So everything flows in so naturally and so seamlessly within the same umbrella versus having to go from one platform to another just to fix something in your video. We get the ability to do it all in-house, so that's very convenient.
We're along the same lines, but we mainly utilize, so we'll get all the footage, we shoot it, and then we put it into like on a hard drive, and then put it onto what we call a string out. So we line it up onto a Premiere and send that off to the editors. So it's actually a smaller, more compressed file. And then we go through 2 or 3 rounds of edits with the first editor, and then they take it into After Effects. So the next editor, which does like all the graphics, sound design, anything to do with that, they take it into After Effects, and then everything is kind of streamlined into Frame.io. How many people have used any of these products? Okay, so by far, I think like the industry standard, but I think for us, like when we're really into it, the Frame.io is probably the most useful for us to really kind of communicate with with our editors in a very seamless way, because it integrates into their system as well.
And Frame.io allows you to be able to leave notes with certain timestamps, and it makes it really easy to communicate what needs to be changed.
So what, how many people have never used Frame.io but are working on post-editing? Okay, good. It's kind of good. So what it does is, I would suggest trying to look into that, and I think they have an update coming up in a few weeks here too. But if you go into that, it really makes it easier, not only for you to communicate and like leave specific notes. Like I go in there and I'll like, on the frame, I'll be like, okay, right up here, you guys missed this, make sure you cut this out right up here, and you can draw it up there. It's really easy. But I can go back as well, and it doesn't like, it gives like a point of reference for people to go in there and actually like, okay, hey, this is exactly what he wanted to cut, and this is from here. It's a really seamless way to use it. If you're not using it, I highly suggest that, because it's a pretty good integration.
And by the way, guys, if anyone has like more technical questions about how each person manages their workflow, you can go into the individual top creator stations, and when you're creating content with them, you can actually have one-on-one time to ask these types of questions as well. So yeah, thanks for that info. So I know not everyone here is just focused on YouTube. There's also some short form creators here, a lot of short form creators, I would say. I know, Ali, it's a struggle to get you to create any short form. It's a struggle, you know, a lot of people either do one or the other. It's hard to focus on long form and short form, but I would say Andrea and Rebecca, you two are like the exceptions that manage both of those well. So for the short form creators here, can you give some advice? How do you succeed in short form content, particularly for Instagram, TikTok, YouTube Shorts?
Well, so as I said before in the other panel, I think that consistency is the key, right? I think that never give up on creating content. Find your niche, find whatever makes you happy, and just master it. But yeah, so never give up, keep creating, keep showing up for yourself, even when the videos don't do as well, because you get discouraged sometimes, right? But sometimes, like, it's not about views anymore, it's about engagement, it's about connection. People are gonna fall in love with you because who you are, like what type of content you're doing, what type of message you are giving to people. So I think that people is gonna fall in love with you as a persona, and yeah, find whatever makes you happy and start from there.
I create different content, short form, for different platforms. I think things that work on YouTube Shorts won't work on TikTok, and I think that just like Instagram, so I always think of like YouTube needs to serve the audience of the viewers that already watch your long form if you don't have long form. I think of TikTok as like the cool kids, and I think of Instagram as like the people that know you and more of a connection. So when I'm creating, and I also know that different content will do better on different platforms. I think like with TikTok, you have to think like no one has ever watched you or cares about you. So it's gotta be to like a mass audience. I think that Instagram needs to first connect. So I think I don't know if I heard this on a podcast, but every video needs to invoke an emoji. Is it like LOL? Is it happy? Like you need to have an emotion attached to that, and if there's no emotion, then no one cares. So like I always try to make things like, what's that emotion? Is it like the aw emoji? Is it the sad emoji? Is it that? And I think of my content like that, and if you can't attach an emotion to your content, then it's probably not going to go viral. So it's like, when you're making content, if someone doesn't care about you, how do they feel watching it? How are you making the viewer feel? And I think that the content that does well now is the content that people can feel it relates to them. They don't want to just see you looking pretty, right? Like, why is that adding value to my life? So I think if you kind of think of it as, instead of an algorithm, it's an audience, and these are the people watching. Like, what do you want to give to them? Because at this point, people need to find value in the content they're consuming, because there's just so much out there. So I try to think of it like that.
And believe it or not, your story that you think no one will care about, or your insecurities that you feel like no one can relate to, you'll be surprised with how many people will gravitate towards it. And it goes back to just being yourself, being authentic. Your issue that you're dealing with, so many other people around the world are dealing with it too, and they need someone like you to talk about it so they can feel like, oh my gosh, it is okay to feel this way as well. And one thing that you guys have all been able to overcome, you guys all overcame the hardest part of content creation, which is putting out your first video and just letting it be, not worrying about what people think. So you guys overcame that already. All you gotta do now is just keep going and not worrying about what the critics say or what the negative people say, because that's all part of the journey. You guys should embrace it, enjoy it. Because my favorite part is not the destination, it's the journey. It's the times that we wouldn't sleep because we were upset about the results, or the day after when we didn't have money to pay rent and we didn't know if we were gonna make it. Those are all beautiful moments that you guys should all cherish, because once you get to where you wanna be, it feels that much greater because you went through the hardship. So embrace it, enjoy it.
And it really is hard to digest that. Like, wait, I'm struggling right now to pay bills, but I should be enjoying this? Like, how does that make sense? But, you know, I'll just give you an example. When I talk about my journey now, I don't have one photo of when I started, because I was so embarrassed to be at that stage of my life. And now I look back and I'm like, oh man, I wish I documented every stage of that journey so that I could show, like, man, this is me. Like, I don't know what I'm doing right now. I don't know how I'm gonna pay bills. I don't know how I'm gonna put food on the table. Like, I wish I could go back and look at that content. So I know it's a struggle, but it is a chapter in this journey to where you're going. So I think that's what Ali's referring to, is enjoy every step of it. But, you know, as we sit here and talk about what it's like to get maybe hateful comments, or what it's like maybe having an editing team that's like all over the country, I think a lot of people here might just be like, I'm just trying to break through as it is. Like, I'm just trying to get comments because I don't even get comments, right? So can you guys, and this is open for anyone, like, if somebody is like starting out, like, you know, they're putting out content, they're not breaking 1,000 views, 100 views, like they really just want to try to break out, what is like the #1 thing that you want them to walk away with that they could be doing right now to be more successful?
Believe it or not, you could be one video away, like literally, and you don't know when that video is gonna come. So like, the difference between stopping right here and going one more video could have really built your future. So it's like, don't be discouraged. You're literally one video away, but you don't know what the answer is. So it's just a matter of keep on trying. And after every video, take it as a lesson. It's not a loss. It's a lesson. What can I do better, right? Review it, watch it, critique it. It's okay. You're learning. But when that one video hits, and you see why it hit, and you can learn from it, then success is unlimited after that.
I think Ali says he has a great point with learning. I think like we're still up here because we're still learning, and we don't have all of the answers either. And I think as a creator, you have to be excited enough about creating content that you're constantly wanting to learn. And if you're learning every single day and you're trying every single day and not just posting a video, but you're studying the data, you're watching other creators that are in this similar field, like you cannot not get better. So I'm saying, like, if you're posting every day, are you learning every day? There's a big difference. And a lot of the creators that don't make it are like, I tried and I'm done. But I think you really have to go that extra step to really give it, like, can you at the end of the day, when you go to bed at night, can you say I gave 100% today? And that doesn't mean, did I post a video? That is like, did I look at other creators that are in the field that I want to be in? Did I watch their content? Did I go, do I know the top 5 creators that have similar content to me? Do I know what their last 5 viral videos were? Do I know what performed well? Do I know what other accounts are, like, can you honestly go to bed and say that you did everything you could? And so I think just going that extra step is what will take you to the next level. And I think that anyone can do this, but not everyone will. And so, you know, and then I do have to say that you think when you make it that it's going to feel different. It doesn't. We feel the same as you. Maybe we have different struggles, but I do think it's important, like he was saying, like, to really enjoy the journey, because it doesn't just end when you have one viral video. You have to love what you do. You have to like make learning and all of this. You have to commit to yourself that every single day, and the journey never really ends. So just keep enjoying it wherever you are.
I'm getting chills here just listening to you, Rebecca. I could chat with you guys all day. Unfortunately, we are at the end. So I would say just the final question. Everyone can only get 1 sentence answer, okay? So, what is the key to creating family content, whether it's with a boyfriend, girlfriend, wife, husband, whether it's with your kids, and not losing your relationship? 1 sentence only.
Family over content. Prioritize yourself. Family first is what I heard. There'd be no content, there'd be nothing left. So focus on the right things that matter, build the right respect and the right bonds, and then everything else will come into place.
It's perfect.
I'd say set boundaries, just so that there is definitely a line between your real life and filming, and try your best not to mix the two.
I don't know where everyone's going to go from that. So,
what about you, Dhar?
Oh my gosh, just listen to what Rebecca and Ali say. That'll be my answer. Guys, can we give a big, big round of applause to Ali, Andrea, Rebecca, and Matt. Thank you guys so much.
I hope you guys are enjoying this as much as I did. The next speaker is Dhar Mann, and I'll let the MC do the intro. Man, this entire event would not be possible without him, so I'm really excited for you guys. Now in the speech, you're gonna see how he went from 0 to making an entire empire just off of making videos, which is still mind-blowing to me. Check it out. So motivational and very practical as well.
Dhar Mann, coming up here to share a few words, and it is an absolute pleasure to be here this afternoon with you. Take it away.
There's supposed to be music playing, so it's kind of odd, but just for the video, we're gonna act like there's music playing. Oh, all right, it's all right, cut the music down. First off, I am so excited to be here, and Julissa, while I appreciate the kind words, I am definitely not the reason that everybody is here today. It is really the culmination of so many people's hard work and effort. So I'm just so grateful for my amazing team, my beautiful wife, Laura, all the top creators, the actors, the staff. So many people are behind the scenes that made this possible. Adobe, I'll get to all of this in a second. But I just wanted to start off by saying I am so excited to be here. How are you guys doing? Are you guys excited? Wait. I thought you guys are creators, and creators bring big energy. Let's try that again. Come on, guys. Big energy. I love it. All right, I know Adobe's paying attention to whoever was standing up and cheering the loudest, right? So they are giving out more brand deals. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. You know, when you really think about this is truly a remarkable experience, because you have creators teaching other creators how to create. Can you imagine any other industry where that would happen, where businesses say, hey competitors, come on in. I'm gonna teach you everything I know and even show you how to create my product. That would never happen. And when I came up with this idea with Adobe, within a short amount of time, I just called up some of my closest friends, and immediately I had 24 of some of the biggest creators in the world with over 1 billion combined followers. And when I asked them, I said, hey, would you come and show, some people flew in, some people came from far, would you come and show other creators how you create content, your secrets, all the little hacks that you use to succeed? Almost all of them immediately said yes. And so we've got these top creators that are scattered all around the building, some even in another building. So we can just please give them a huge round of applause on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. I am so grateful to be in the place that I am today. But at the same time, I never forget where I started. And when I think back about my journey, it still feels like just yesterday that I was walking into Best Buy and thinking about buying my very first lighting setup, and I looked at the price tag and I saw it was $300. And the thought that crossed my mind is, this is half of my life savings. I still remember what it was like trying to figure out all of the special settings on an iPhone for how I could record more cinematic content because I couldn't afford real camera gear. And I still remember what it was like staying up late nights teaching myself how to use Adobe Premiere because I couldn't afford to hire an editor. Luckily, that didn't take me very long because Adobe products are really easy to use. So a little shout out to Adobe, it's a little brand plug. But I think we can all remember what it was like when you were starting out, that feeling of putting out your very first piece of content, or getting your very first like, or your very first comment, or your very first follower. Shout out to my wife's mom, she's amazing. Thanks for that follow, I appreciate it. Each step of the journey is really exciting, but also it's really stressful. And I think we can all remember and relate to what it's like spending so much time. I want to know, by a show of hands, how many of you have spent so much time on this piece of content and you're like, this is it, it's gonna go viral, this is gonna change everything, only to post it and it completely flops? Has that ever happened to anyone here? And how many of you guys have had maybe an amazing month where you're just like, I can't miss. Like everything I do is hitting and it's going viral and I'm starting to make all this money now and I could do this full time and I could scale my business and hire a team. And then the next month, your income just gets cut in half and you have no idea what happened. And you're just wondering, where do I go from here? That is things that not only people starting out in their content creation journey can relate to, but also I'm looking at some of the biggest creators in the world that are also nodding their heads right now saying, I am going through this myself right now. I can tell you personally, even at the stage we're at, we still have months like that. And so that's why I really wanted to create a special experience. I've had a dream of just bringing together creators where we can all learn from each other. We can all share our secrets and tell each other the things that we're going through and help each other succeed. But that dream isn't cheap. And you guys may have noticed when you were pulling up in the parking lot, that parking was free. And in LA, there's no such thing as free parking. You guys know that. And when you guys, if you haven't already, when you go to the food trucks and ask for food, no one's gonna ask you for a credit card at the end of your order. When you guys are getting your snacks or your swag bags, No one's gonna charge you for that. Don't worry, you guys aren't gonna be surprised with some sort of special invoice as soon as you get home. All these things are expensive, but they were all made possible because of one reason, and that's Adobe. Adobe truly has been at the start of every creator's career. Every single person in this room at some point has used an Adobe product. And what I love today, even in the world of AI replacing everything, even in the world of not having interpersonal human experiences, Adobe is still showing up in 2026 to help creators get to that next step of their journey. So if everybody can please welcome to the stage somebody that I'm so grateful for, that was a big reason that made this all possible, Leah Walker from Adobe.
Thank you, Dhar. My goodness. Oh my goodness. Hi, everybody. I am thrilled to be here representing so many people from Adobe. I just want to say thank you for showing up, every single one of you, whatever role you're playing in this event, because it takes a village, truly, to pull something like this off. So thank you. And a really, really special thank you to Dhar and the entire Dhar Mann Studios team. Every single one of you have been amazing. And the vision and generosity that you all have is truly impressive. And I do think with our powers combined, we've pulled off something that really nobody has. So thank you for showing up. And I want to say, on behalf of all the Adobe people, and probably others beyond that in this room, you all are absolutely the future of creativity. Like, we believe that. Adobe believes that. And this event is to help you all prove that, because this is your creative playground. So like, Dhar has opened up this whole space for you to use however you want to use it. Learn a new tool, learn a new technique, learn from your favorite creator, learn from someone that you just met. Just collaborate and make something new. So we are super excited to see what everyone creates. We will be watching, so we're there. And just have so much fun. Thank you again for being here. We're thrilled. Back to you, Dhar.
And I don't know if I'm supposed to say this or not, but since you said we are watching, okay, Adobe actually has set aside a special budget where they are looking for creators, micro-influencers and top influencers who are creating content from today's experience to give them brand partnership deals. They are looking for people in this room today. I just want to throw that out there. So thank you so much, Adobe. All right, I want to just kind of start by telling you guys a little bit about my journey to get here. I'm going to use that remaining time, and hopefully I can tell you my journey, and there's just certain lessons that might inspire you or certain takeaways that help you guys during your difficult times or figure out what's next. So I will start my story off at an age where a lot of you probably have not even gotten there yet, but at 30 years old, I found myself at the lowest place of my life. Now that is a milestone birthday that a lot of people hope that they have life figured out by then. But I happen to be at the worst place imaginable. I was broke. I was depressed. I was 2 weeks away from getting evicted from my apartment. Every single problem that one could have, I felt like I had, and I truly felt like my life was over. I spent a lot of time just being sad about my struggles. But then at a certain point in time, I realized instead of being sad, I should take my struggles and turn them into stories. Because I thought that maybe there's other people that are going through similar things that I am in their lives. And I want them to know that they're not alone. And I want them to learn from the mistakes that I made that took me to that really low place, hoping that maybe some other people could avoid some of those same mistakes. So I decided that I was going to start creating content. Picked up an iPhone, I started talking in front of a camera, and And it took me probably 100 takes or so for me just to make like a 2-minute video. Shout out to our actors. I don't know how you guys do what you do. You guys are incredible. But it took me so many tries to make that first video, and I'll never forget it. May 29th, 2018 is when I posted my very first video. I was giving life advice on camera, telling people not to give up on their dreams. I was so excited about that video, and it was a complete flop. Nobody watched that video. For a little while, I thought something was broken in the algorithm, and I was like, if somehow I could just get a hold of Mark Zuckerberg and tell him that my page is shadow banned, that maybe this video will go viral. I did get one comment on that video, and it was from a friend. And he said, "Who do you think you are, Tony Robbins?" That really destroyed me. And it really made me question whether I wanted to continue doing this or not. But I committed to this. I was in my 30s. I was doing a full-time day job, running a cosmetics business with my wife, Laura. And at night, I would work all night trying to create content, putting out video after video. I just committed myself that no matter what, even if nobody was watching my content, I would still create content. Because even if I could help one person have a better day from my content, then that was reason to keep going, right? We're also like inundated with like, oh, a video has to get millions of views. But if you actually think about it, even if your content can help one person, then it's a reason worthwhile to keep going. So I kept at it. I kept recording videos. I wasn't sleeping. I didn't have a social life. It was really tough. And there were so many times in my head that I wanted to give up. And after a few months, I looked to my wife and I said, babe, you know, I'm not spending any time with you. I'm not like leaving the house. I'm not getting exercise. I feel like I'm just neglecting every other part of my life. I think it's time that I give up. And she looked at me and she said, Dhar, do not give up. Keep going. So I decide that I'm gonna take her advice, and I kept going. And I tried different formats. I tried storytelling. I tried animation. I tried everything you could imagine. And I got to the point where I was like, all right, look, I have tried even longer, and I'm still not getting anywhere. And she goes, all right, you know what? You've been obviously trying so hard. If that's really what you want, it's okay for you to give up. And I decided that I was going to record my last video that day. And as I was writing the script, trying to figure out like what I was going to say, I was writing it on a napkin. And for those of you that watch my content, I write relatable stories that a lot of us go through. And so this topic, was on infidelity. And I was trying to tell a story about how infidelity can start with a seemingly small, innocent act that can snowball into bigger things, such as a husband who likes his ex's Facebook post while his wife is cooking him dinner and has her back to him. And I happen to look over and I see my brother-in-law at my kitchen counter scrolling Facebook. And then I have my wife's friend who's cooking something in the kitchen. Because keep in mind, all of my content was just me talking to camera at this time. And I had this light bulb moment. What if I actually recorded them doing what they're doing exactly right now, and I went and narrated it, but they were actors in the video. So my very first actor was my brother-in-law. And so I gave over an iPhone. I'm like, hey, record this video. Ruben was with me at that time. A lot of you guys know Ruben. He's not here today, but big shout out to Ruben, who's been with me since the very beginning. I hand him the phone. I say, hey, record this. And I go to my brother-in-law and my wife's friend. And I'm like, are you guys okay acting in this video? And they're like, well, what do you need me to do? I was like, just do exactly what you're doing right now. So I voice over the whole thing. I should have told my brother-in-law I was portraying him as a cheater because he wasn't very happy about that afterwards. But I voice over the whole thing and I talk about how infidelity can start with just liking ex's posts and it can just snowball into bigger things. I finished recording that video. I don't think anything of it. I go to bed and you can schedule posts to go live in the future. So I had scheduled that post to go live at 7 o'clock in the morning. I go to bed and I wake up by my wife shaking me. She goes, Dhar, wake up, wake up. I'm like, my eyes are half closed. I'm like, oh, what's going on? She's like, that video you posted, it's going viral. The very last video I ever planned on posting was the one that went viral. And from there, I was like, I'm not gonna give up on this. I was so inspired. And I was just reading all these comments of people that could relate to the journey, and we were building a community. And so from there, you know, our content started going more towards scripted. We started working with actors. We started hiring a crew. For the first 3 or 4 years, we still recorded in my apartment. You know, every one of our sets. Giovanna, were you there? Were you at our apartment recording? Wow, oh my gosh. Anyone else like that's been here since the apartment days? Oh my gosh, yeah, amazing. Thank you so much, Ayana, Shantae, Armando, Giovanna. This is real history here. We've even got team members that have been with us since we were working in an apartment. And I wish we had, you know, an AV system because I could show you guys like what it looked like, but it was a struggle, but we made it work. You know, it was all this a very tight-knit family. And we kept going. Back then, we would post 1 3-minute video a week. And then as time went on, we started posting 2 videos. Our content started getting longer. And now, you know, we're at this beautiful place that we're at today that I'm so blessed. So it's been quite a journey. I'm so thankful to God. I'm so thankful to everybody that has made this all possible. And I want to share with you guys 5 takeaways from my story that I think can help every one of you, no matter what stage of your content journey you're at. And I call this acronym CLIMB, C-L-I-M-B. I have a little bit of a lisp. And just like Ali was saying, like I was so ashamed of that and I would never do public speaking because I have a little bit of a stutter. But now I actually lean into it because people can relate. Because hey, we all have problems. So that's why I got to spell it out, C-L-I-M-B. Climb. Because success doesn't happen standing still. You have to climb. That's your way of memorizing this. So C, close to breakthrough. You never know how far you are away from success. Here's the truth that most people miss. Most people quit right before things work. They don't quit because they failed. They quit because they got tired of trying without seeing results. The problem is the moment before a breakthrough often feels exactly the same as every other moment before that. When I went to bed thinking I had just recorded my last video, that moment did not feel any other different than every other moment. So remember, growth is quiet before it is loud. Progress is invisible before it is undeniable. You might be one step away, one idea away, one connection away, one more video away. So keep going, keep showing up, keep swinging. You never know when your next swing is going to be a home run. I know, as I was reading this, I was like, I got the chills. So. L, lock in consistency. Lock in. Consistency beats talent every time. Motivation is unreliable. Inspiration comes and goes. Feelings lie. But consistency compounds. I told you guys the story of how I almost gave up. The truth is, I probably gave up almost 100 times in my head before I even said it out loud. And now all I can think is, thank God I never quit, because none of this would have ever existed. So you have to keep showing up on the days that you're tired. Posting when it doesn't hit. Practicing when nobody's watching. That's where the momentum is built. People look at success and call it luck. They don't see the 100 tough days or the 1,000 tough days before that with no reward that came first. If you only work when you feel like it, you'll never outwork someone who shows up no matter what. Consistency turns ordinary effort into extraordinary results. So keep swinging. I ignore the noise. Doubters, haters, critics, they're guaranteed. How many of you guys have ever had doubters or haters or critics before? How many still have them right now? If nobody doubts you, you're not doing anything interesting. Every level has a new set of voices. You're wasting your time. That won't work. Be realistic. Bro fell off hard. Half of my comments. Who do you think you are? Tony Robbins? Here's what I've learned. People criticize what they're too scared to try. You don't need everyone to believe in you. You just need one person who refuses to quit, and that person needs to be you. Use doubt as proof you're pushing past comfort. Use hate as confirmation you're visible. Use criticism as fuel, not direction. You have to ignore the noise. The next one is M. Master the messy middle. Success is not a straight line. One week you're on top of the world, I can't miss. And the next week, you just feel like, do I even have a future in this? Am I even gonna pay my bills? And every YouTuber knows what it's like to have a #1 video, and then a #10 video, and then when you get 2 10s in a row, you really think your career is over. Right? I mean, that's just how it works. But when that happens, that doesn't mean what you're doing is not working. That means it's real. Progress looks like 2 steps forward, 1 step back, a pause, a leap, a setback, then a breakthrough. Even where I am today, I still constantly face major setbacks and wonder if my career is over on a regular basis. And guess what? All the top creators can relate. Even executives from top Fortune 500 companies go through this. You can't judge the whole journey by 1 bad week, or 1 bad month, or even 1 bad year. You have to master the messy middle. And last, B, is be a force for good. Views fade. Money fluctuates, algorithms change, but impact lasts. The best feeling I get isn't from any of the milestones that I've hit. It's when somebody comes up to me and says, Dhar, your content has helped me get through one of the hardest days of my life. That to me means more than anything else. And I see so many of our actors are nodding their head because I'm sure that you guys get stopped on a regular basis and people tell you how much your work has inspired their lives. When you put good energy into the world, it comes back multiplied. When you create with purpose, people can feel it. When you lead with heart, the right doors open. Success without meaning feels empty. But success that lifts others, that's fulfillment. So be the reason that someone feels seen, be the voice that makes someone feel needed, and be proof that kindness wins big. So if you guys remember nothing else from what I said, just remember this: climb. You're closer than you think. Consistency compounds. Ignore the noise. Embrace the messy middle, and be a force for good. And be a force for good. That's how you win. Thank you guys so much. I love you guys. I appreciate you so much. Let's go. Thank you.
All right, I'm here with Dhar Mann. Hey, what's up? Okay, quick question for you. So as you started to grow on your social media, I know you've been doing content for a while. What's like one system that you implemented to help you execute on your content, whether it's for business, content creation, in general?
I would just say, even without thinking about systems, it's all really coming down to the team itself. The best thing I've done is to continue to invest in my team. Like, we would not be able to take on all the different opportunities, whether that's getting into vertical dramas or whether that's going into linear television or expanding our brand partnerships without having the right people in place.
Okay.
So I would say even bigger than just the processes you have is having the right people to manage those processes.
That's solid advice. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right, we're interrupting this video. I hope you guys are getting a lot of really good insight and value from this conference. It is actually really amazing in how often you get a chance to hear from these creators straight from their mouths. So I hope this is valuable, and if you like it, go ahead and comment. Shout out to Adobe, who is sponsoring this event. And if you guys aren't using Adobe products, Premiere Pro, which we're editing this entire video on right now, I don't know what you're doing. So get on it. All right, back to the event. Yeah.
It's time for lunch!
Oh, it is time for lunch. Let's eat. Let's eat. Okay, wait.
And it hurt.
Say it one more time for the vlog. What happened?
Bro, I broke my hand on stream on my birthday. Actually, during a 24-hour stream. I slammed it in the car of a Waymo. Wait,
did it pull off
door
with you?
Of a Waymo.
Did the
No, thank God.
Did the Waymo just drive away?
No, it just said, welcome in. It was like, good morning, Chelsea. And I'm like, bitch. In your car.
Time for a brief intermission. It was really fun. We actually shot a couple videos. They had food. I saw some friends. The normal shenanigans. But anyway, I aspire to throw an event, something very similar like this. It's one of my goals and dreams to bring the community together within the content space of different niches, different places and local cities, not only to help the community grow in the content making space, but to network and bring a safe space for everybody to grow, challenge each other, have fun, and make some money at the same time. Very inspiring, and I took a lot of insights away from this event. From this event, I wish you were there. It was amazing for networking, amazing food, amazing knowledge, and just vibes. Just vibes, bruh. Anyway, let's get into the next panel. So I came back a little bit late for lunch, so I only got a portion of this panel. Still really amazing information. Check it out.
And when you put that in content, it makes it more of a relatable thing, and then people can see themselves inside of you. You know what I mean? And they can just really relate to it. I'm like, oh, okay. So then to give them something to follow, like a journey. People love journeys, and people love binge watching journeys.
Yeah.
Everybody
First times.
Yes, everybody got curiosity, and they love getting connected. You gotta learn how to connect people with you, with your journey and what you're doing.
And sometimes it is sharing the things that maybe you're hesitant about sharing, or you haven't figured out exactly how you want to share that aspect of your life. All very great advice. And even the takeaway so far from today is a lot of what you guys have said is the sharing is really having people resonate with where you are in life. I mean, we're just inundated with content all day, every day, from the minute we pick up our phones. So it could feel overwhelming, well, what am I gonna share today? Or how am I gonna show up when there's a, 1,000,001 creators? But I think, again, staying true.
And that's what...
There's not a million Jalissa.
Yeah. There's not a million Brooke, there's not a million Sean, there's not a million Marco, I feel you.
And that's what really sparked me. Because I do cleaning content too as well, so I was like, okay, a lot of people can relate to this. They clean.
Why are those videos so satisfying?
Yeah. So I'm like, okay, I'm cleaning my house. everybody like to clean, or everybody want to clean home.
Or everybody
So
has
why
to.
not? You know, so it's relatable. So I bring people in and see, and they watch me clean, and then they be like, wow, okay, you can clean the house, I can clean one too. So I'm motivating people to clean their home, and they just enjoying watching me do it. So they're like, dang, Marco, you got me good enough cleaning the house too. So it's like, and then you can brand yourself with that too as well. So showing cleaning products in your content as well. So you gotta learn how to just step outside the brick and turn it into a business as far as like showing products. You know, you can show Dawn dish detergent or Clorox or something like that, and then next thing you know, you getting hit up for a brand deal because they love your video because you use their products in your video.
It's so true. Again, weaving all of that into your organic content, and not everything's necessarily turning it into an ad or for it to potentially be a brand deal. And don't give up on a product that you love just because they haven't hit you up yet for that deal, is to continue to do it. And someone at some point will see it, like Lena said earlier today on the panel. It's like, they have database. Listen, they collect all the data on us. You know, we can't even say a thing into our phones before we're getting the ads for it. So you know they're listening and paying attention. I do want to ask you guys, because you show up in all of these different platforms, and specifically about TikTok, because we're here for this panel talking about TikTok, what do you think the biggest difference when TikTok really took over as a platform? And I would say, like, then other platforms, even Shorts and Instagram, sort of started to follow. What do you think it was about TikTok, and how do you guys show up differently, let's say, on TikTok versus maybe Instagram? I know YouTube, I mean, you guys have a whole family business on YouTube, and it is big business. They're crushing it. So I'm just curious to hear about, it just feels like TikTok is that app where you can kind of really show up, less curated, less, you know, formal. You kind of really do have more organic storytelling. So how do you feel like you make content for every platform, but specifically with TikTok, how do you feel like you have to show up differently?
Yeah, I mean, I think you kind of nailed it, honestly. I think that TikTok is one of those apps where you can kind of just show up and be as authentically you as possible. I mean, you see what people are doing on YouTube today, like when you see like what Mr. Beast is doing, it's the highest production, so many people working on it, and you know, you lose some of the authenticity because of it. You know, you lose some of like, you know, what makes a person the person, what's their true values at their core. And so I definitely approach a lot of short form content, specifically TikTok, as like, you know, this is just me. This is just me. This is my life. This is my environment. This is my world. And I try to just be as authentic as possible.
And not everyone has a big team like that to show up with that kind of production value, right? So with TikTok, don't you guys feel like you can just literally sometimes show up, you're in your car and you have a thought and you're like, you know what, I'm gonna record this. And then it'll be those videos that go crazy. Has there ever been a moment for you guys where you were hesitant about sharing something and then you did and you're like, oh, wait, this actually went crazy?
I think the last video that we did like that is actually, it went really crazy, and it was on Marco's post. And it was that Will Smith trend where it's like the anxiety with Yoshi. Yeah. And I was like, this is so stupid. I don't have any makeup.
She didn't even want to record it. I begged her, I said, babe, let's do this right now.
Nobody listens
right now,
and
I got
watches
it.
this old, like, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. This is so outdated. Who cares? Like, and I was so mad. Like, I was frustrated filming it, and I had to wear this purple robe. And this dude, of course, the video, I'm not ready. I have this big robe on. I think it hit like, how many million?
Almost 100 million.
Wow.
100 million views, imagine. No makeup. No.
You're like, great, 100 million views. It's always that time when I don't have the makeup on.
Always that time. So that's for sure one that stands out to me. And I was like, oh, wow, this got noticed by Will Smith. Now I'm not such a hater. It was like such a cool opportunity, and it opened up so many doors for us. So I feel like even back to, like, you know, Dar's point of make one video, you never know what that one video could do. It could be your last video and it just completely blow your mind. So that's definitely one for us.
Exactly. Same with Dar said. Even when you don't feel like it, you know, when you don't feel like recording or feel like editing or anything, just do it just cause. You're like, okay, I'm gonna just do it just cause. You know, you gotta like create a habit of just doing it just cause.
Our biggest success on TikTok was because we were absolutely relentless. When I mean that my husband and I had been posting for 6 years straight on Instagram, you know, OG Instagram model, you start, like we would go to the thrift store and we would buy clothes and he would photograph me after my nursing shift, and we did that for 6 years until like Hot Miami Styles, Fashion Over reached out and started sending me clothes.
Wow.
And I would just like post those clothes.
For free.
Yeah, for free for like 6 years. And then finally, when TikTok came along, we used all those free clothes and started doing videos, and that was our breakthrough. So it's like, you have to love this so much that you would literally do it for free because you love it. And I feel like that's the biggest thing is, you never, on TikTok, we did 3 posts a day on 2 pages. We built 2 pages at the same time for over 3 years straight. Do you know how much content that is?
That is a ton of content.
And we were one of the first, as Sean, to transfer all of our content on TikTok over to YouTube Shorts and exacerbated our following there as well. So it's like, when you have good people in your ear that are telling you, hey, I don't know who you might have had that said, hey, put this on Shorts. But there was someone in our ear that said, hey, Shorts is trying to do like TikTok, Reels is trying to do like TikTok, and we had to pick a moment where we're like, do we want to focus, because we didn't have a team, so it's like, do we want to focus on YouTube or do we want to focus on Instagram? And I had already did Instagram for 6 years and never made any progress. So I said, let's go all in on YouTube.
I'm telling you, that's kind of how it was with me. When TikTok came about, I'm also in an older age group, so I just was thinking, another app? Another thing that you have to show up for, and I was like, well, Reels is the thing that in the place where I have the most following, so let me focus on that. And because I was getting discouraged on how TikTok felt intimidating, like how do I edit on here, how do I show up, I didn't know what was going on. I certainly can't do the choreography, I had 2 left feet, won't go that way, so I necessarily didn't give up, but I was like, I'll get back to it later. And by the time I get back to it, I'm like, oh, this has blown up. I have no choice now but to show up, and like, you always kind of have to figure out how you want to show up in each platform as well, right? Yes, you can do content for each, or like recycle the content in a way, but each does have its own thing and its own niche. So I think thinking about that when you're approaching the content also helps. If you guys are just joining us, we are talking all things TikTok with some of the biggest creators on TikTok. We've got Brooke Hall, Marco Hall, and Sean Does Magic. We have just been, woo, yeah, that's right, give it up.
Thank you.
Yeah, show them some love. Everybody got back from lunch, they're all full and want to talk now. I'm like, we're up here handling business. I do want to ask you how important it is to share your journey, but then also to keep things, even if it's the smallest thing, kind of close to the chest and private, because I don't know, do you guys feel like there's no such thing as oversharing, or?
The internet definitely doesn't think so. There's a lot of people oversharing on the internet.
Yeah, a lot, a whole lot. I feel like we shared a lot with our family and our journey and the ups and downs.
Yeah.
You know, we went through a lot, just publicly, period.
Yeah.
I feel like I have had regrets, but I also have not had regrets, because we kind of were on the internet without any rules, and I feel like TikTok, like you said, is a very authentic platform, so I would genuinely show up every single day as myself, which meant
the good, the bad, the no makeup.
Exactly. And
yeah, they're not ready.
Yes, and so I quickly became very known for aesthetic content. That was one of my biggest pillars. But at like probably my height of my aesthetic era, I had one of the most traumatic experiences happen to me, which is that I lost my brother, and 2 weeks later, I almost lost my son. And yeah, and he was like 12, 13 years old. And I remember at the time, I was getting some backlash about sharing the fact that he was in the hospital and that he's a minor and you shouldn't do this and that. But now I've just learned to kind of accept it and grow with it, because I do a lot of work with the American Heart Association. I'm able to use his story for, you know, a bigger person and turning like a nation of bystanders into a nation of lifesavers. And so we were able to use a part of our story that was very vulnerable, and I did get attacked for it for a while and turn it into good and help save lives across the globe. So that makes me very happy.
Amazing. Yeah, let's give a round of applause for that.
Thank you.
It's not easy to show up that way and so vulnerable.
Yeah, so it was a very vulnerable situation. I didn't really know what else to do. I was aesthetic Brooke that quickly turned into mother with, you know,
real life
thrown at me and my son's life pending. And so I was like, hey, this is what I'm going through. I've posted every single day for 3 times a day, every single day for 3 years. I can't just leave you guys hanging, even though I probably could have. They would have understood, you know, like especially if, God forbid, it would have been the worst outcome. But yeah, so I do believe in being vulnerable to an extent.
Okay.
And sharing, especially if it can help save even one life, or just like be, like Dhar was saying, be the good.
Be the
and
good.
so if you can be the good some way with your story, then I think that it's worth sharing every time.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for sharing that with us, and you know, condolences, of course, to you. And it is such a thing to kind of think about when you are put in that position, because, like you said, you were known for aesthetics, but like, how does that correlate when real life comes at you fast?
Yeah. It was a big shift in our lives. It made us think of life and content completely different. Of course, we like to share, but it was like, with our family, it was like we had to like pump the brakes a little bit because of our young ones and stuff like that. But at the same time, we helped a lot of people with that journey when we went through those certain things.
And
go ahead, Zhong.
And then adding on to that, vulnerability also brings relatability. So like when you're vulnerable, you never know who else is also going through the same struggles. Even if sometimes, a lot of the times, you know, my issues, I feel like, oh, I'm the only one going through maybe said thing. There's a lot of people going through similar things. And so sharing that out to the internet, even though it might be sensitive or whatever, controversial, whatever it might be, you never know who you're helping.
I love that.
And one more thing, and that's what makes TikTok like more of the realer platforms these days.
Yes.
Because it's everyday people, like any and everybody could pick up a phone and go viral and make tons of money and become successful. And that's why TikTok became so popular, because it took the everyday working person and they can just become famous overnight.
Absolutely.
Yo, Nick David here. I'm here with
Sean is Magic.
Okay, Sean, I've seen you at different influencer events and different like events for the past few years, and I'm just now finally meeting you, so good to meet you.
Good to meet you. This is like the happiest guy I know. Look at him.
I'm happy because I'm talking to you, dog.
Oh, let's go. That's an honor.
Let's go. Okay, so what's one advice would you say for anybody making content? So like personal brands or like businesses, what's one thing that you would say in order to hold retention from videos? Because like hook is like the most important thing, and then like I'd say if you would agree, like holding attention until the end, like getting that retention graph up, or would you not say that? Like what would you be? What would be your advice?
Well, I mean, okay, so just in general, I mean, obviously people know cut the dead space. That's like the most basic thing. Like if you want to hold retention, there's a lot of different retention hacks. You can like zoom in, add graphics, add sound effects. But honestly, it really comes down to the concept itself, in my opinion. And what I always tell new content creators is like, it's really simple. Don't reinvent the wheel, just innovate on what's already worked. So whatever niche that you're in right now, find the 3 to 5 people that you aspire to be. Their content's already out there, and guess what? Their blueprint to success is public. Their digital footprint is literally out there. So go find what they did, take what's worked, what got millions of views, what did a lot of engagement, and try to innovate on top of it and make it you. That's what I have to say.
I love that. By the way, your trial reels have been popping up on my For You page.
Let's go.
Before I followed you, I remember this one video specifically. You were like, this video is exclusively for you. You're not going to be able to find it. And I'm just like, okay, there's like definitely a strategy behind why you did that. So like,
for sure. I mean, we treat trial reels like a free advertisement to people that don't follow you. So if you want to be able to be in front of new audiences, new eyes, and pitch them, use trial reels as a strategy to do that. That's my advice.
Oh, I love that. Thank you so much for taking
Thank
your
you,
time.
man. Of course,
Appreciate
bro.
you.
Anytime.
This next panel has some younger creators, and they're really, 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 really good at grabbing and holding attention, short form and long form. Guys, oh, so good. All right, check it out.
When I first started just off of, I just thought it would be fun. And I just kind of enjoyed making the stuff that I made, and it was what I made was more vlog content. I still kind of make vlog content now, but yeah, it's now just evolved into a lot more tricky and stunty for me. So you gotta think about everything a lot more.
Love it. All right, guys, I'll get to you now. It's just, ladies first. For you, how does it work when you are approaching a video, approaching the content, knowing that you're kind of upping the stakes each time? Does it feel that way? Give me your thought process for those out here that are just YouTube lovers and, like myself, want to relaunch my channel. What has been the biggest change? How do you approach it now? What do you spend the most time on?
Well, now I spend definitely the most time on editing. Me, not necessarily personally as much anymore, but like, for example, your question earlier, maybe pre-production is like 3 or 4 days, actual shoot day is only 1 day, and then the editing process is maybe 3 to 6 weeks per video. And that's just because we make super long form content. Like I'm talking 90-minute on average length. And so much of it is the edit, how you present your content and how you present yourself. And so when I look at this type of thing, I really think that the idea and actually conveying it is so much more important even than the actual shoot. It's like in the shoot you're trying to have fun, you're trying to just do your thing, but the preparation and especially the post-production is incredibly important because that's how you can be succinct and have your own brand.
I see you nodding in agreement over there. All three of you are like, yes, keep talking, we agree. So you agree?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Break it down quickly for each of you, because everyone is so in their own unique sort of lane, right? And I mean, for you, I would never think post-production would take weeks like that. Is that similar? How does it work for your flow?
For me, writing the script is one of the biggest parts because we have a scripted series. Yeah. It's kind of like Dhar's videos, where it's a real drama. And so we spend a lot of time on the script, so about 5 weeks from idea to production. And then the actual shooting of it is about 7 or 8 days. And then post-production is about, similar, about 6 to 7 weeks, including dubbing as well. Right. And so I also think that the idea is the most important thing, because when you commit to an idea, you're going to commit so much time and effort and shooting and resources into it. So making sure you really believe in the idea, I think, is the most important part.
I'd say we like to spend a little bit of time on the thumbnail before we get to anything else, because if nobody clicks on the video, it doesn't really matter. So that is definitely where we like to spend a little bit more time on now, and that's something that we did not used to do. So once we like the thumbnail, then I agree, jumping in and making sure that the idea is on point is super important. And we post every week. Sometimes we try and go twice a week, and then we also do daily shorts. So we honestly don't get too much time to do the scripting and stuff. So from the idea to the script being done is usually 3 days, and then shooting the videos 2 days. And then we just kind of rinse and repeat and just try and get as much content out as possible.
Honestly, same with me. We also post weekly episodes, I would say. So we always have to have a script ready. So we also can't afford to spend more than 3-4 days per script. And same with Topper, we shoot very similarly, 2 to 3 days, and then we'll have week-ish post-production. But we have multiple editors that I guess work at the same time. So we have a storyboarder, and then we get past the SFX, VFX, and we also outsource 3D animations for so we try to work as efficient as we can. So if you add that all together, it's weeks of working hours to just get a 20-minute episode.
Obviously, very much a production, very advanced, but let's take it to, let's say, some of us in the room who maybe are just starting out, don't really have those resources, don't have the time, because you kind of are in a space where once you have this idea, or once you're in that, you've hyped yourself up enough to say, okay, I'm finally gonna do this. What advice would you give to up-and-coming YouTubers, to people who don't have all of those resources but still want to show up on YouTube and make an impact, what do you recommend? How would you go about that? Anyone can take the question.
I would 100% recommend to anybody, if whether you're a content creator or business owner, to make sure you know every single part of your own business before you outsource to anybody. What I mean by that is make sure you know how to edit, make sure you know how to do the thumbnail, make sure you know how to script, make sure you know how to film, everything. So even if it takes a long time, do the whole video yourself, it's okay. One, you're gonna save so much money. And then two, you're gonna be able to learn all these things, so when you do hire somebody on, you know exactly how to train them to be exactly your style. Because the thing that sucks is when you hire people on, they're not in your brain. So you could lose your brand if you don't know exactly what you want. If you've never edited before, you're like, I know what I want in my head, but I don't know how to convey it, and that's so hard. So when I first started, I did everything myself, and that way when I train an editor, I'm like, no, I know exactly how to do everything that I'm telling my editor to do. I know how to create a thumbnail, I know how to write these scripts, and that's helped me tremendously. So if you're just starting out, it's actually great. You get to learn a bunch of new skills. Yeah, it's hard, but it's gonna be well worth it in the long term.
And I heard most of you, if not all of you, actually use Adobe for your editing, which I think also helps when learning, because it is a tool that is a lot easier to learn on, I would say, than a lot of others.
100%. Yeah, spent the last 12 years of my life looking at an Adobe screen. Like, it's amazing, and like, I will die by Adobe Premiere. Like, saved my life.
And now it works so seamlessly with YouTube as well. But let's just speak hypothetically. If I don't have the time to learn every single aspect of my business, maybe I can use my resources, go on chat, you know, learn these things little by little. In the process of getting things going, would you still recommend even outsourcing? Is it just one other person? Or say, look, it's gonna kind of suck for this amount of time until you do learn a good majority of it. Worth it, rather than outsourcing or spending, you know, time on trying to teach somebody how to get to your vision, because it is your vision.
In my opinion, I think it'll take the same amount of time to get somebody to where you want it to be as to you doing it yourself. And I agree, I think you should basically learn how to do everything yourself before you get somebody. Doesn't mean necessarily that you have to if you have absolutely no idea, but like I think it's very important to understand everything about YouTube.
Yeah. Even the basics.
Just the basics.
Like, so that
you'll be able to hire people a lot easier.
Along the way as well. Okay. I mean, that's very similar to when running a business.
I would say, like, the general thought process that I go in is like hire slow, fire fast. Like, you really want to go slow, make sure you have the right people, and make sure, like, if you know they're not going to be the right person after a couple months, get rid of them. Because, like, at the end of the day, this is your business, this is your life. You know, you don't want to like waste time on somebody that's going to either leave or just not be, you know, the brand that you want to present to other people. So I would say slow, because you want the right person and you want to put a lot of time into them and you want them to be like there for you for a long time. Some of our best employees have been there 5, almost 10 years now, and they'll stick with the business and really help you create the thing that you want to create.
I'm going to start at this end of the panel. What would you say really accelerated your subscriber count? What was it, that piece of content, that video?
Well, like, I started like a couple years ago, like when YouTube Shorts came out. So like I got kind of lucky, you know, like it was a new feature, like, so I
you
was
leaned into what?
Yeah, so I was early. So being early is obviously good, you know. But then I think you can still start today. You just have to like do something different, you know, like that people haven't seen. And just be consistent. Like, I know everyone says it, but like consistency is like
Consistency is the name of the game.
Yeah, like because consistency, being consistent is not just uploading every day. It's also about like learning over and over, right? Like, you're consistent about whatever you're doing. Same with editing. Like, when I first started too, I was editing everything myself. So at least I could tell the editor like, oh, this is what I want, you know? So it's like, yeah, that's what I'll say.
I agree with him. I was also very fortunate to be in a position where I did TikTok for a couple of years before YouTube Shorts like became a thing. So on TikTok, I was uploading like 3 to 5 times a day for like a year. So when YouTube Shorts became a thing, I pretty much just had like a ton of ammo ready to go that I could just put those TikToks that were already made onto my channel. And YouTube Shorts definitely helped gain a ton of subscribers. So yeah, I would honestly say consistency, being at the right place at the right time, and just never giving up. Just keeping going.
And a story about YouTube Shorts. I started posting on YouTube Shorts when I read an article online that TikTok was potentially being banned in India, and YouTube Shorts was being beta tested in America. And I knew that YouTube, this big company, was going to put a lot of resources into trying to fight the battle against TikTok. So I actively decided, okay, I'm not gonna focus as much on TikTok anymore, and I'm gonna focus on this new thing that nobody is focusing on, which is YouTube Shorts. And they're being so humble. These are like the top YouTube Shorts creators.
I know, I thank you for saying
incredible, like so good. And I think I speak for all of us. When we were posting on YouTube Shorts when it was not cool, people were telling us not to post on it. Like literally, there was a really famous podcast of like an industry expert telling people that YouTube Shorts will kill your channel, but we were still posting on it, and we continued to, you know, believe in ourselves and believe in what we thought was going to be great, and that's why we were able to grow a lot, and we were also able to take the fandom that we built on Shorts and move it into long form, which is a very difficult thing to do, but it all came with timing of how YouTube was developing as a platform. So if you guys are trying to look for some area to grow, I would look for areas that are new and developing that not many creators are actually posting on. So I wouldn't say actually TikTok or Instagram Reels because it's super saturated now, but probably like TikTok Live or like online shopping. There are like a lot of areas that are like starting to grow a lot right now that I feel like is an area that's undersaturated.
I love that. I mean, I also started doing the same where, although people, you get told new information every day, right? And I thought to myself, well, I know that my channel, I need a relaunch, I'm working on that, but in the meantime, so that the channel doesn't totally just go dormant, I'm gonna post on YouTube Shorts. And I started repurposing Reels that I know have already done really well onto YouTube Shorts. And that's kept the channel going. People get excited to even see you showing up again on YouTube. So I think that was a really good way of approaching it, and the approach of, okay, I'm kind of crushing it in this area. I don't know what's gonna happen with this platform and this app. Let me move things over to one that seems a little bit more secure. And even if it is a new feature and people are like, oh, don't pay attention to it because it's gonna be a thing that's, you know, here today, gone tomorrow. We kind of heard that even with TikTok, and that's not the case. So it feels like the advice throughout would probably be to do your research, right? Keep your hand on the pulse and like what's going on in the industry, knowing your industry. Where do you guys consume the majority of your information, and knowing like, okay, they say that now YouTube videos should be this length, but my followers and my subscribers, they love to see this length. How do you kind of, with everything changing so rapidly, how do you still find the balance and making sure that you're showing up, even if it is a long form 90-minute video? And they're like, oh, they're saying it doesn't work anymore.
Oh, they'll always tell you that there's a new thing. Honestly, like, listen to yourself, you know, like whatever you post, and it's like, if it does well, you know, like everyone's audience is different. But there was a monumental shift in my viewership around 2022 when I like actively went out to go and search for new information. And it was literally just, I made a new account, only followed like 100 of the like YouTube guru type of accounts, and then made sure that I consumed at least an hour of that every single day. And so every day I was looking and trying new ideas, and then I was editing all the videos, so I was implementing those in a real time, got to implement everything that everyone was saying. It's like, this is the new meta in this week's video. And then it like literally 2x'd my views in a matter of 2 months just by following and being in those circles. So you don't need to come to these things every single time. These are fantastic, but you can get an online version of that just by making your entire feed, like everyone's consuming content, why not consume content about how to make better content every single day. And so I would highly recommend that.
Self-taught, a lot of research, a lot of making sure you're consuming the information to help yourself kind of grow and be, because we all know self-motivation, especially in this space where it's all really ran by numbers and engagement, it can be tough sometimes. So thank you for saying that, and like just giving people that kind of, oh, okay, that idea to think outside the box.
Well, you become the environment that you surround yourself with, right? So everyone knows that. What if you made your online environment only things about how to get better? You're just naturally going to get better. It just makes sense. So.
Wow, I'm really inspired by that. Actually, I'm gonna do that. Like, I feel so like.
You had an epiphany
that's
just now.
A great idea. I'm gonna make another Instagram account and just follow like inspirational, like, yeah, that's great advice.
I love that. My tech team, can we please get the mic? We want to do some Q&A. I know we have a lot of avid YouTubers here and would love to learn directly from our panel. I do want to ask you guys, for creators that find long-form content to be really intimidating, they just maybe feel as if they don't have the time or the energy or even the production value, whether it's going out and buying the tech, all the things that you need to create this kind of long-form content and production, and they're coming from short-term, short-form content. What advice would you give them if they want to make that pivot? Let's say they are crushing it in the other platforms that are specifically for short content. How would you say that would be like the great way to pivot into long form if that's where their heart is? They're like, I really want to get into long form. I know I can monetize there. I can't get over the hump, let's say.
I think, don't worry about the equipment. All you really need is your iPhone. iPhones work great. You can get a camera later on if you really want to, but iPhones are fantastic. I would say, I guess, pick the niche that you want to do, whatever what you want your YouTube channel to look like, and start posting consistently. Whether you decide, hey, like, I'm gonna post every single Friday, every single time, no matter what, and give yourself deadlines to do it. I think that's the best way to do it. When I first started YouTube, I told myself, oh, I'm gonna post every single Saturday. This is back in 2017. And to this day, I've posted every single Saturday.
Wow, that's amazing. That is showing up for yourself in a big way. Consistency again.
But I started not expecting anything and just being like, well, I'm gonna do this thing that I really wanna do on YouTube. And within a year, I got 1 million subscribers and started growing from there.
Wow, that is very inspiring. Because along the way, it's easy to say like, oh, this Saturday, I'm not trying to get out of bed, or I'm not trying to edit this video. Like, I went out the night before.
Yeah, but I also think too, you shouldn't be necessarily discouraged about the views. It should motivate you to get better views next time. So like, say 1 week you get, I don't know, in your eyes, like no views, right? And that doesn't mean quit. That doesn't mean next week, you know what, next week I'm not gonna post then. I need to da-da-da. I think just keep posting, keep being consistent, keep pushing yourself to do it more.
Just showing up on that Saturday. That's so motivating.
I totally agree with what Sofie is saying. You can learn a lot from long-form videos, even if it's not the type of video you want to be making in the long run. So before I started making the Alan's Universe series, I was making React videos on my YouTube, and I learned a lot from making like maybe over 20 React videos, because I didn't even know a lot about click-through rate or retention or watch time. The first long-form video that I made, I spent like the first 3 minutes being like, what's up guys, and go follow my Instagram, and like, here, my mom is here, you know, like I didn't cut to the chase, but I didn't know to do that until I made like 20 long-form videos. Now that I know those like skills, I'm able to make the content that I want to make, which is the Alan's Universe series, with those skills in mind, but I never would have known how to do that if I didn't make like the React videos, which is very easy easy to make. Anyone here can make it and learn like those skills of how to make a really good video.
A lot of it is trial and error, for sure. And I'm glad you brought up the retention aspect of YouTube, because, I mean, we know audience retention is key for YouTube. So I want to ask you, what editing or storytelling techniques would you say keep viewers watching longer to really hold on to that retention rate?
Well, I think, so for that, it's like everyone's audience is different here, right? Like, we do like more like TV show style of content. Alan's just like, you know, his universe, and Sam does horror, and then Sofie does her stunts. So everyone's channel is just different. So there's like no answer that will fit everything.
Right.
So I think it's more like knowing what your audience like, and then going back to the graph and be like, because I could make a fart joke and they think it's funny, I wouldn't lose retention, but if Alan did it, it's probably not the best idea, right?
Right.
So I think there's no like, nothing that like
one size fits all.
Yeah, like you just have to like see what works for you and like really just keep studying and like, yeah, that's what I would say.
I think voiceovers are important, and I think giving people a reason to stay till the end and continuing to remind them throughout the video is very important. And yeah, I agree with you. Retention is critical if you want to be a successful YouTuber.
For sure. We're open to Q&A, so if you guys want to walk up to the mic, ask your questions, now is the perfect time. Don't be shy. Again, you don't really get these opportunities very often to ask questions to big-time YouTubers and people crushing it in their field and in this space. So, hi. Is it on?
Are we on?
Yes, there you go.
Fantastic. Nice to meet everybody. I have a young son, he's 12 years old, and he just messaged me. He's like, Mommy, I got Arjun, that guy. I reserved it on YouTube and TikTok and everything. So do you recommend for a young kid who wants to get into the sphere that their handle has to be consistent on all these social media channels?
I think it's a lot more beneficial and less confusing for your audience. So, yes.
Okay. And then do you recommend when they're starting off, so when you said short attention span, which I see that with him, you know, so is it 30 seconds, 60 seconds, or 90 seconds?
I think it varies. With YouTube, most people, I feel like you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, kind of know they're approaching it for more long form content versus short form. And then there are shorts, so you can get those quick bites and like what you're going for quickly, but generally I would say long form, right? What's the sweet spot these days, would you say?
I would say like, I don't focus so much like on time anymore. It just depends like on the piece of content, right? Like if you're doing a video about you giving people flowers, you probably shouldn't make that into a 30-minute video because it's gonna be boring, right? So each short piece of content, long form, whatever the story is, you should just try to like make it as interesting as you can. And I try not to look at time frame. Like I used to, but I don't look at it anymore. So I wouldn't stress too much about time, you know? You can make a 5-second video, it can be viral, you know? Like.
I think why I'm asking this question is, I just been approached by a couple new production companies, and they said, we want to produce vertical shorts. We want talent, we want people, it's big, it's like this industry. And I come from India, but I live in Toronto. And it's like, but in India and in Asia, because I do a lot of traveling, and I find that everyone's on their phone.
Yes.
And everybody is short attention span. So when I started to see this model of vertical shorts, like on realshorts.com, and so I started to see that those videos were being cut under a minute. And it's like you can have 14 episodes under a minute.
Yeah, I know
telling
what
a story.
Talk about the
Does that
verticals.
make sense?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
but like that's just like a different business model than what we're.
Than what you guys are doing.
Yeah, so this is like.
I actually made one vertical short series.
Yeah.
And their clips tend to be a minute to a minute 30 seconds long.
Correct. Yeah.
And every one of those clips ends on a really strong cliffhanger.
Like a Netflix series, but shorter, basically.
It is different for sure. I would just say because I had a lot of meetings with different vertical short drama series. the whole storytelling model is very different than like even a YouTube video or a Netflix movie. It's like it's more similar to a romance novel where it's like boom, 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 boom. It's like it's supposed to drive you to the hook each time.
Right.
So that's for the production company. For your son, I think like so good of you of a mom to like allow him to like make videos and stuff.
Yeah,
I
I'm
would
not
say
even
just
pushing.
recommend.
I want him to do it on his own.
Yeah, like I would say at this point, if he's just starting, just let him have fun. Like
Let him find his way.
Nothing else. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much. We're gonna get to the other questions since we're less than a minute and a half.
Hey guys.
Hi. What's your name?
Rena Malik. I am I want to know your creative process behind thumbnails because I think it's so important on YouTube.
Yeah. That's essentially the hook, right, for YouTube. So that's
very
a great
curious
question.
on you guys'. But the way I think about it is a lot of the times people, their biggest mistake is getting too busy, too detailed. I usually use the rule of 3. If you can't count the 3 subjects, if there's more than that, it's not going to convey. If you think about it, most people look at a thumbnail for less than 1 second. So what you can do is you can make a thumbnail and then actually just look at it and see if a new person can understand it in 1 second. And if they can't, then don't use that thumbnail because they're not going to like understand immediately. And everyone thinks that thumbnails way faster than they look at titles. So I would definitely keep it simple, keep it very, very clear, so you can like understand it as quickly as humanly possible.
Love it. Thank you. Next. We're running out of time.
Sorry.
Hi, what's your name?
Michael.
Hi, Michael.
Hi, nice to meet you guys. What would be the most effective way to train an editor for your channel?
Ooh, that's a good one.
That is a good question.
I would say show him or her other videos that you want them to edit similar to, and just be like, hey, like this is the style that I'm going for. Like, can you do these effects? Do you understand this storytelling? Can you write these voiceovers? And I'd say that's probably like a good place to start. I feel like it's just like more visual, and like when you can literally show them instead of like, you know, trying to explain, I think that'd be best.
Would you do it over like a video call, or like would you just send them notes or something like that?
I mean, ideally, like before I post my videos, I sit down with my like main editor, and I literally like am next to him, like the way I'm next to these guys, and I'm like, hey, change this, do this, let's add a voiceover here, and then like we discuss it back and forth. So I think like the more personal, the better, but I think either way works. Video call would be great, or whatever it is.
Cool. Awesome, thank you.
Thanks.
Hello, everybody. Hi. My question is, what's the one thing you see that brands are doing wrong when it comes to content, and how they can improve?
Specifically for YouTube.
Specifically for YouTube, sure. Thanks.
I think the biggest thing that brands are getting wrong is not allowing the creators to speak in their voice. I think everyone has a different way to communicate with their audience, and there's so many times that a brand will bring their jargon and be like, hey, you have to say this in this specific way no matter what, period, because they need to like you say exactly like this.
Because of legal.
Yeah, because of legal, and that's fine. Yeah, I get the legal thing, but if they were able to allow the creator to tell the story in the way that we would want to tell it if it was our brand, they were going to get so much more conversion, and they're going to be so much happier with the brand. We've actually had a lot of discussions with brands recently saying, like, how can we take the couple of things that you want us to say, but completely reword them in our voice and intertwine them in our content the way that we think is best, so like how we would do it. And it would just be so much more seamless, and it'll be more authentic, because at the end of the day, your fan is going to see, oh, they're not being authentic because that's not something they would say. But if they said the same thing in their own voice, oh my God, it would convert so much better. So I think it's honestly a voice thing is what brands are getting the most wrong.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, last question. Hi, what's your name?
Hi, I'm Corey. A question for everyone. Do you ever want to create content that you're really passionate about that's outside of your current specific niche that you built your audience in? And if so, how do you balance between what performs well and what feeds your soul?
Really
good question.
Yes. What I'm super passionate about is a lot of my, like, I'm an adrenaline junkie and I love doing crazy nuts things, but my audience likes the gymnastics end of things and does like my stunts, but if I go into the too extreme world, which is the stuff that
I really love personally. It's too much for my audience, and for my content, I almost need to dial it back a little bit, is what I've noticed. So sometimes you do just have to cater to your audience, but that doesn't mean you can't create that content, because for me, then one thing I can do is I can do that content more on Instagram, or I do it more on, I don't know, TikTok or something like that. But then for YouTube, I keep it in the other route that does better.
That's a good way of balancing it, I would say. How about for you guys? Are there moments where you're like, oh, I just really want to get this out there? Do you just revert to a different platform and kind of do it there?
I think I have a similar approach to Sofie, where when I first started making Alan's Universe, I thought we were the Riverdale of YouTube. We were like super soapy and, you know, like hooking up and things like that. And then we realized that the audience is literally like 9 to 12-year-olds. So we're like,
you're like,
okay,
whoa, dial it back.
We're not doing that anymore. We're doing like this is Disney Channel. This is not Riverdale. But as we were making the series and we've been getting the opportunity to make other series on other platforms, that's where we can, you know, pull those ideas and those passions out of our belt and say, okay, this is what we can't do on YouTube, but this is what we could create on a different platform where we can explore those different themes and ideas. So I think that, you know, if the platform or the network or the area that you are creating for doesn't allow for the passion that you want, use one of your passions for that platform and then save the other ones for what will eventually come when you are successful at the first one.
For the last panel, we had Lewis House. Now, if you're interested in doing podcasts, this is a guy to listen to. It's insane, the work ethic. He said he hasn't missed a week of posting for years. It's very, very inspiring. And it's really cool to know the back end of how he produces his podcasts. Check it out.
Best authors in the world, multiple times, New York Times best-selling author. The most important thing is he's one of my best friends. He seriously got the heart of gold. I asked him like late night, I asked him yesterday, I was like, can you come, leave your twin baby girls at home? His whole family is in town visiting. I was like, will you just come share some knowledge with some other creators? And right away, he's like, Dhar, I'll come for you. So I just wanted to start off by saying thank you so much, Lewis. Really appreciate having you here. So, you know, podcasting is obviously, podcasting is an area of so much growth. I think I've been hearing for so long that there's too many podcasts, right? Like, you can't succeed as a podcaster, but yet every year it seems like the industry just keeps going. And you're one of the legacy creators. So I'd love just to kind of get your perspective to start out. Like, is it too late to start a podcast right now? And for those that are interested in starting one, what's sort of the best way to get going?
Man. I always tell people don't start a podcast because it's so much work. But it's not too late if you're willing to go all in, if you're willing to say, I'm fully committed. You could do two things, either seasonal, and say I'm gonna do 10 episodes or 8 episodes just to get started, to see how it feels. Or you could go weekly or every other week. But if you're gonna do it, I really feel like you have to go all in. I feel like you have to go all in, and you have to say, I'm willing to do this for at least a year or two without trying to make money. It's just my perspective. I think if you go in saying, I'm gonna go in and I need to make money, you're already losing. So I think you want to be asking yourself, why do I want to do a podcast? What is the main reason this message needs to get out there into the world? Not just because all of your friends have a podcast, not just because you see other creators having a podcast and it looks fun and cool. If you want to do it for fun, that's fine. But if you're looking to really make a bigger impact or make a difference with your community, with your message, and make money, I just wouldn't think about making money first. I know when you started, what was it, 8 years ago, 7 years ago, when you did your first video?
8 years ago.
8 years ago, you did your first video. You weren't thinking about making money. You were like, how do I just make a good video? And after what, like months of making videos that got 10 views, you eventually almost quit. You're like, this is my last video. I'm done with this, you know, it's not working. And then that video got 1 million views. But you didn't set out saying, just, I want to make money. You were like, I want to make inspirational content that changes the world. That was your original intention. So I think if your intention is deeper than I'm trying to make money, or I want to build a big following, or I want to build a big brand, then you have a chance. It's extremely challenging right now, I think, in the podcasting world. A lot of people came up and said they've been listening for a long time. And I've been doing it every week for 13 years, and I haven't missed a week. I'm not more talented than anyone, I'm not more intelligent, but I'm willing to be consistent, and I'm willing to see how I can improve every week. So that's kind of been my gift, is like just consistency. It's not that I have hit some cultural moment, or I'm like some young talented creator or something like that. It's just, I'm really consistent and I'm committed to my mission. And it's grown and it's gone down and it's made lots of money and the money's gone down, but I've just stayed consistent. And so I think if you're gonna go into it, how many of you, curious, show of hands, have a podcast already? If you have one, only a couple. How many of you, 5 people, how many of you are curious, you wanna create a podcast? Okay, so I guess I'm speaking for people that just raised their hand there. I would just also go on, like, I went into it with the expectation of I'm gonna do this once a week for a year as an experiment and try to learn and have fun. That was my intention. I think your intention when you launched your videos was like, I'm just gonna do this once a week, I'm gonna just make fun videos that I'm inspired by. And it wasn't how do I build the biggest business or how do I build a big following at the beginning. Eventually you wanna learn how to do that to sustain it if it's full time, but I think in the beginning, it's figuring out what is the message that you want to bring to the world? What is the unique value you can bring that's unlike everyone else? Because I don't know how many podcasts there are now. 20 million? Maybe, I have no idea. And so many have started and stopped. There's nothing wrong with that. You just have to ask yourself, why am I putting my time and energy into something if it's going to stop in 6 months? Make it an experiment for fun and then see if you really love it. But it's gonna take work just like anything you've created. So I tell people, don't do a podcast unless they're fully committed to having fun with it, not trying to make money right away. Unless you need to, that's just a scary thing to start. If I'm like, I'm doing this and I have to make money, I think it's just hard to start that way.
I'd love to talk about, well, how do you get started if you don't have a big budget? But I noticed that, so there's a few people that have podcasts. There's a few more people that want to start podcasts, but there's a lot of hands that didn't raise at all. And so I'm just kind of curious, maybe sitting here and listening to Louis talk, you're like, I wasn't thinking about starting a podcast, but maybe that's a good idea. And the thing that I wonder, like when I started creating videos, imagine this pitch, me walking into a studio, okay? I have no film experience. I'm 30 years old, I've never worked in media. I've never taken a screenwriting class in my life. I'm just a guy who's failed a lot. And I want to talk about failure and about how you can learn from it. Like, people would have laughed in my face, right? Like, I never would have imagined that me sharing my tough life experiences would be something that can go and create community and build such a following and, you know, all of this. So for those of the people that are sitting in the chairs right now, maybe they're digging into their own life and thinking, what is it in my life that is unique? What is something that I can maybe build a community around and something that does not exist in the marketplace? Because it has to be very specific, that only kind of you have lived or are very passionate about, right, that could actually succeed in the marketplace today. So how does somebody find what that calling is?
Well, I think both you and I didn't think we were positioned actually I didn't think I was really the guy who was meant to launch a podcast. I don't think you were, it didn't look like you were meant to do films, right? You didn't have that background. I didn't have a podcasting background. But I was really curious about people, and I just said, I'm fascinated by asking people like yourself questions and finding out an answer on how I can improve myself and then sharing that with others who might be interested. So I had that uniqueness. It wasn't about being a podcaster and launching a big brand. I didn't have that talent, but I had the gift of being curious and really being able to connect to someone's heart. And I think I was just willing to risk putting myself out there just like you did. You risked making videos that weren't that good the first few months and people didn't watch. And I think a lot of people, how many of you have thought about launching a podcast or wanted to launch a podcast for over 2 years? Like you've thought about it for a couple of years. How many of you have thought about it for 5 years? Maybe you had an idea 5 years ago, a couple of hands, but a few years you've been thinking about doing it, right? What, 2 years, 3 years you've been thinking about it? Do you have a podcast already or no? But you've been thinking about it, right? And a few of you raised your hands, you've been thinking about it for a few years. But what's the thing that's held you back from actually starting it? Real quick.
Yourself?
Yeah, yourself. You're the reason why you haven't started it. What, a fear? Or what is it? Why haven't you started it?
Yeah, that's one of them. Fear.
Fear of what? It not working out, it looking silly,
All
people
the
not
above.
watching it, it takes too much time, you stumble, all the above, right? What about, who else raised their hand? Did you raise your hand? Insecurity. Insecurity, around what? You look like a very confident person. You look put together, you look got a great smile, good energy. You're sitting in the second row, so you're almost confident enough to sit in the front row. There's an empty seat.
Your main float is coming to front row now.
Let's sit in that empty seat.
Yeah! Front row!
Yes. You're almost ready to be seen. You're like put together, but just I want to have a little barrier, right? Like there's a little bit of comfort level with a chair in front of me. So how long have you been thinking about doing a podcast? 2 years. Why did you think about it? Why did it come to you? How did it come to you? I don't know if we have an extra mic or if you just What's your name?
My name is Sienna Singh.
Sienna Singh. So when did it come to you? Like, I want to launch a podcast, the idea. Did you see someone's show? You're like, that's cool.
Yours, actually.
Oh, cool, thanks.
Honestly, yeah, I've been watching it for like 7 years.
Thank you.
I think just the curiosity of why people do things, why people overcome things, hearing people's stories is very fascinating to me. The way that people think is very fascinating. And I think that's...
So you thought about it for 2 years. Yeah. Are you like seriously thinking about it? You're just like, oh, that'd be nice to have.
I have a YouTube channel, and I want to do a podcast section on my YouTube channel.
Okay. And so you already have an audience?
Yeah,
How big is your audience?
14,000.
14,000, but you do consistent, like committed. They're all in.
Yeah, I do live streaming, but I want people organized like you.
You want it to be more organized, yeah, not just random or...
Yes, that's my problem.
So you're willing to go live and do random stuff, but why haven't you said, I want to just do a 30-minute interview or some type of format around a podcast?
I think it's the fear of commitment, and I think it's overly comparing myself to others.
Commitment and overly comparing. Can anyone relate to that, or is that just... I'm hearing a laugh right away. Okay, so commitment, the fear of commitment of what? Doing it consistently?
Consistency, yep.
Why not just do it for one episode? Why does it have to be forever? Like, that's why I think you could also say I'm going to do a 4 or 6 or 8-part series, just for fun, on your channel, and make up your own format. And it's probably not going to do well. Like his first videos didn't do well, but if you ask your 14,000 strong audience, what do you guys want to hear? What do you want to see? Like, do you want to see me do interviews? Do you want to see me do solos? Do you want to see me do some format? Ask them and just try it. The thing that I would love for everyone who raised their hand and said, I've been thinking about it for 2 or 3 years or 2 years, to either try it as an experiment for 1, 5, 10 episodes, and then completely stop and get this out of your mind forever, that you're going to do it. Like, go all in and actually do it and see if you want to keep doing it. Or it is an experiment that you tried and you realize, actually, I don't want to do this. And there's something better for me to try, or there's a different lane or different style of content, whether it's continue the streaming or continue something else. You just go double down on that thing. It doesn't mean you can't do both. You can do multiple things as well if you want to. But Dhar has, I think, tried to do like 3 podcasts over the years, but he's really good at this style of content that he does. And I'm sure he'll launch it eventually, and it'll do well because he has the team now, and he has the equipment, he has everything, the structure, the system.
I've got a new podcast coming out on March 27th, guys. So
yeah!
I've got 12 episodes already in the can. I'm sticking to this.
There you go.
Yes, I have failed, all right? And
it's
if you
okay.
guys know, I'm okay with failing. And you know what? It was hard when they said, hey, Dhar, why don't you start another podcast? And I'm like, damn, I'm really gonna make myself look dumb now. Because like, imagine you have 14,000 followers, and yeah, you're worried about what people are gonna think. Man, when you've got 50 million, like millions of followers, imagine what that pressure is like. But either way, you still gotta just put yourself outside of that comfort zone. We've got somebody that might be, I don't wanna get this wrong. I don't wanna get this wrong. I don't know where he's going. Okay. Lewis Howes is going for the Olympics, guys. He is going for the Olympics.
Yes.
And like, he has been training so hard for the past couple of years to make the handball team.
I've been training for 18 years with the USA national team for a sport called team handball, which is an Olympic sport. And the USA national team has not qualified for 30 years, since 1996. So in 2 years, 2028, the Olympics will be here, and we have an automatic qualifier. And I've been pursuing this dream for 18 years, consistently failing, essentially. I don't know if that's where you're going with this.
Well, no, I was going with that. I know he looks like he's 25 years old, but he's in his 40s.
I'll be 43 next month.
He's 43, and he looks incredible, right? Like, I was like, damn, making me look bad on stage. But the point that I'm making is that he's playing against 25-year-olds. Like, imagine that pressure. We're all dealing with something that we're comparing ourselves to or feeling insecure about, but the difference between somebody who is successful or not is that they just take that chance anyway. It's not that they don't have that reservation, that self-doubt, that worry about judgment and what others are gonna say, that they don't get knocked out, that they don't deal with hate. I mean, there's somebody in this audience right now that I'm not gonna call him out, but he's got millions and millions of followers, and he's decided not to post content for a little while because he got judged online and criticized. And I went through something so similar. I went dark for 4 years on social media because when I first built my following, it was based off showing success like I had.
Get 10 life, baby. Let's go.
Lewis remembered, he actually brought me on his podcast, and that was one of the reasons that we met. And I had to go off Instagram because my whole following was built on me being financially successful, and I lost it all. And imagine building a community and a reputation that you are so successful and then you go to zero. That was me. And that was where I stood for 4 years. And I would spend time with Laura and I'd be like, I feel like my calling is not over. I feel like my mission is not finished. Like, I know I want to get up and I want to try again. And it took me 4 years to think about it, but then I finally did it. And guess what? I still failed for another year after that. And when I came back, everybody was like, this guy again, this clown, this joke, this fraudster, this, that. I dealt with all that judgment, right? But I still kept pushing forward anyway. So yeah, I don't know how we got off on this dance here right now.
Well, I think a lot of it, I mean, again, raise your hand if you thought about launching a podcast, if you're curious.
Raise your hand if you're gonna do a podcast now. Have this conversation.
When I first had the idea, I'll give you an example. What's your name again? Siana? When I first got the idea, I was like, podcasting wasn't a thing. It was 13 years ago. It wasn't a thing. So it was hard to like figure out how to do it. You had to upload direct on iTunes. It was an RSS feed. There was no video. It was like the worst way to do it. But I was like, I need to do this as fast as possible. And so I got the research. I called a few people that had a podcast. I did as much research as I could. And then I was just like, I need to give myself a deadline to launch. So whether this is anyone, I'm seeing a few nods here. If you've been thinking about this 2 or 3 years, 2 years, 5 years, some people, it's like, just create a deadline to launch it as an experiment. My experiment was once a week for a year. You don't have to do once a week for a year. You can say, I'm gonna do 1 episode and see how it feels. I'm gonna do 5 episodes, I'm gonna see how it feels. But it doesn't have to be like this massive launch and then I'm committed for the next 10 years. So you might hate it and say, actually, I don't want this, and I want to go all in on streaming, or I want to go all in on short films, or I want to go all in on whatever. But I think having the idea and letting it fester inside of your mind and your heart for years, for me, drains the energy out of me because I'm constantly ruminating, thinking about.
Guys, low-key, this might be one of the craziest and potent panels of the entire day. Everybody has amazing, amazing, amazing knowledge and insights on their own, but these guys are behind what makes these platforms what they are. These guys know the algorithm ins and outs, and they work with creators and brands hands-on behind the scenes. So I'm really excited for you guys to watch this next panel.
It's time for our tech and exec panel.
Thank you guys for being here. Let's get a big round of applause for our guests today. So you guys have heard from creators. Now it's time to hear from the other side as to how things actually work. So if we could actually just start with a quick introduction so everybody knows what do you guys, you can start with your names, what you guys do on a day-to-day basis. Yeah, we'll start with Andrew. Yeah.
Hi everybody, my name is Andrew. Thank you for that, Lana. I'm on the YouTube Talk Creator team. I work with like 15 of the biggest channels at YouTube on a day-to-day basis. I'm also a adjunct professor at USC, where I teach a course on creators and platforms. Fight on if there's any Trojans in it.
And Andrew is my rep, by the way, and he is the most amazing rep. I am so grateful for him, so big shout out to Andrew.
I'll Venmo you after this.
All right.
Cool, my name is Jared Connaughton. I head up social media for Adobe across all of our product portfolio. Thanks, Leah and Lindsay in the back. We've brought some fans, it's great. I am not a professor, unfortunately, but it's great to be here.
Hey guys, I'm Frank. I work at Meta and I'm on the partnerships team and I work with all different types of creators directly.
All right, amazing. And I would say, you know, Jared and his team, Leah and the whole Adobe team is a big part of why this has been made all possible. So big thank you to Jared and your team. So I'd like to kind of kick things off to say, you know, it is harder. Well, I guess I'll ask this as a question. Is it harder or is it easier to be a creator in today's new environment, and why?
I mean, I can give it a first bash. I think in a lot of ways it's more difficult to break through. There's a lot of creators, there's a lot of content. Content's become more ubiquitous, it's easier to create than ever before. Everyone has a little, you know, edit studio and camera in their hands at all times. But in a lot of ways, it's become easier as a result of having that in your hands. And there's amazing creators who are sharing knowledge, like through days like today, and imparting that knowledge. You can get an idea of like what hooks work. Just by looking at the data, looking at creators who are doing it right, it's become easier, but again, also simultaneously harder to break through.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'll take more of the platform perspective, and you know, obviously, the environment for creators right now is supremely competitive and increasingly so. But you know, we're seeing a ton of opportunities for growth on our platforms. Really, the largest being on Facebook itself. You know, Facebook is going through a bit of an evolution right now, if you haven't noticed. And creators are really smack dab in the center of that, right? We're doing a lot of work to improve discovery for creator content. That means deprioritizing friends and family content in feed, a little bit recommendations, right? A lot of our recommendations really are creator content based on interests, right? How you're engaging with content, and less of that friends and family content. So, you know, we're really spending a lot of time to drive discovery of creators on the Facebook platform, and I think you know, there's a really unique opportunity right now as we go through this evolution for creators that are leaning in to kind of be at the forefront of that and really benefit from, I think, you know, what I think are these massive opportunities right now for audience capture, and then, you know, eventually monetization as well. And then just a couple quick things. On the Instagram side, I think we're seeing a lot of growth there too, right? I think 30% year-over-year growth on Reels in terms of video views, so seeing a lot of growth there. And then if you're more of a text-based creator or lean more into the text format, Threads is our fastest growing app. It is now over 400 million monthly active users. So, you know, I think while the pie of creators is growing, the consumption pie is also growing too, right? So, you know, I think it's a better opportunity than ever, I think, to be discovered across our platforms and also to express yourself in different and unique ways.
I'd just add, I like what Jared said. I think the same reason why it's easier than ever to be a creator is the same reason why it's harder than ever to be a creator. The tools and the algorithms make it so that anyone could be a star right now, which is beautiful. But because anyone can be a star, that means a lot of competition. And I would actually recognize that being a creator is really, really competitive right now, and difficult. But I would say competition is good. When brands look at the creators that are succeeding, if they see a creator that succeeded on YouTube, they know that creator's been in the trenches and been through some battles and is coming out a real winner, and they can feel confident that if they spend that money with that creator, it's probably going to get them a good ROI. So all this is good stuff, but I do think it is very competitive.
Yeah, and I'll focus this question on Frank and Andrew, more so from YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook. I mean, how do creators break out on your platforms? Like, is there something, because everyone always thinks the algorithm is broken, or how can I get into the algorithm? And we know that it doesn't work that way, right? You just kind of have to focus on whatever the newest tools that the platforms are using. Like, is there certain things that creators could be doing right now to grow their following, to grow their engagement, to get more brand deals?
I can take that one first. I think in the future, since there's going to be an abundance of creators, it's ever more important to find a lane and really dominate. When I look at a lot of the creators we work with that get partner management, they're often the leader in their space. They're the top sports creator, top scripted creator, top creator and economy creator. And if you can kind of be the leader in that space and really define it for yourself, I think you'll see an outsized amount of deals come your way and outsized amount of attention come your way.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with that. And, you know, I think increasingly, as there are more creators, and aligned with what he's saying, you know, you need to have your distinct and original voice, right? And we're really prioritizing original content, right? Authentic content. Creators that are really being intentional about leaning in and building community. That's always been paramount across Instagram and particularly Facebook. But I think more and more so, we're using community signals, you know, how creators are interacting with their communities, how they're going in there, replying to their comments, how they're creating this actually, you know, active dialogue within their comment sections is actually a positive distribution signal for us now, right? So I think as there are more creators, as more creators are trying to break through, I think that really a differentiator is community and how you're interacting with your community and how you're supporting them and nurturing them, because that's becoming more important to us as we look at how we're distributing creators as well.
You know, one of the things I always used to wonder when I was starting off as a creator is, how does one get a partner manager? You know, I have a lot of friends that are kind of starting out and they're like, hey, Dhar, can you help me get a hold of somebody at Instagram, Facebook, YouTube? I mean, I'm grateful to have the relationships that we have, but like, how does someone even get on your guys' radar?
Frank, you want to take that?
I mean, we have teams that work with emerging creators. We have teams that work with the top 1% of creators in the world, right? But, you know, I think creators that have unique original voices are really important to us. Again, ones that are leaned in and using kind of the full suite of community building tools, are really leveraging all of our services across our apps, right? You know, how are you using Feed? How are you using Stories? How are you using broadcast channels, right? How are you actually leaning into product? In the end, we're a product app, right? We're driven by our product. Us on the partnership side, we're kind of the conduit to product, right? So we are looking for your feedback as creators. So who's the creators that are going to raise their hands, offer us good product feedback that then can inform our product development cycles, right? So I think that's like a lesser known, maybe a little bit of a secret, but not really, where, you know, it's our job to distill that feedback down that you guys give us, and build better experiences for you. So we love creators that are proactive, that are forthcoming, you know, the good, the bad, and the ugly. You know, just I think be really proactive with your feedback, and, you know, because that makes our jobs easier and that ultimately builds better experiences for you guys.
That's an excellent answer. I'd say ours is very similar. Maybe the only thing I would add is, I think a lot of creators come to us and say, oh, I get a lot of views or I have a lot of subscribers. Why don't I have a partner manager? And I would say those things are very important, but it is not everything. And unfortunately or fortunately, there are a lot of creators that get millions of views, billions of views, have millions of subscribers, So it's the ones who can really emerge and have a unique and interesting either ability to provide feedback on a product or lead a space that makes sense. If you look at the creators I work with, I said it earlier, I would say they're all a leader in their own field. And that really is what helps them stand out.
And I'll just add to that, actually. So what I love about what you guys said is it's not so much about followers or views. It's about kind of owning a lane. And I think we all operate in this space where we think you kind of have to follow whatever the latest trend is. I mean, I'm guilty of this as well, right? When it comes to certain type of content. But if you can actually own a lane, do something that's more unique, even if you're getting like a 1/10 of the views, that actually might be more valuable long term, where you're really starting to stand out for something really unique. So yeah, I think that's great advice. And then one more thing I'll say is like, you guys are doing the work right now, right? Like the fact that you guys are showing up to an actual event where you get to hear from people that represent the different platforms and networking with other creators. There's so many people that decided not to come, not to show up, right? They're not actually doing the works and the reps. You'd be shocked as to how much of it is like personal relationship building. I've been in rooms where I just happen to say hello to the person next to me, and 6 months later, that person connected me with someone that led to a brand deal. A lot of people think that these are just going to be inbound and you don't necessarily have to work for it, but it's a lot of relationship building, getting yourself out there, and you never know who the person sitting next to you is or where that opportunity could lead you. So I'd love to switch for a second. Earlier we had a panel today where we were hearing just from family channels about, in order to break out on YouTube, what is like the #1 area of focus, and they said 80% of their focus is on post-production. I was pretty shocked by that answer, because I would have thought maybe more on the ideation or the actual production. But guys, the way you edit a video, we had 2 of the biggest family channels saying that was 80% of the success of a video. So I'd love to turn this over to you, Jared. Like, Adobe has been part of creator success for such a long time. I think it's becoming increasingly important, that the editing is everything, right? So what are some of the tools that Adobe has? I think we're all pretty familiar with Premiere, but I know that there's so many new products as well that not only help with long-form YouTube, but also short-form content. I'd love to hear of the ways that Adobe is helping creators succeed.
Oh yeah, so it's been an incredible focus for us for the longest time to not only serve the C-Pro community, but start to expand how creators use the tools. And with that comes some of the AI-enabled features. So we often get a lot of great feedback from creators about, generative extend or generative expand has been particularly useful. So we started to kind of build out an ecosystem with Premiere Mobile. That's been really useful to creators. That was actually built by creator feedback. So similar to what Frank was saying, like creators who give an intense amount of feedback to us about what features would matter, what was important to them. So auto captioning, right? AI-based models that help noise cancellation and voice clarity have been built into Premiere Mobile to ensure that it's really easy to shoot no matter what device you're on. And that all comes together in post. So unlimited timelines, you're able to run multiple tracks. There's like voice to sound effect that's really, really helpful. So these are things that are really well thought out to put into a creator's toolbox to, accelerate the work that they do.
What I think that's interesting is, in order to run a studio, in order to put out 22-minute long episodes like we have done, that used to take a really big team. Like a solo practitioner, there's no way that you could put together sound design and graphic design and all these elements that Adobe helps with. But it sounds like with all these new tools that are coming out, even folks that don't have teams, even like the solo creators, can actually put out high quality videos now.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the hope, is to be able to create a suite of software that allows folks who are just starting their career, who have to do everything themselves, be able to create the thumbnail in Photoshop, do the sound design, do the editing, do the post, do the motion graphics, all the way to someone who has a team of like a couple hundred people, right, who are thinking through the minutiae of just the edit. And so it's everything from starting out to someone who needs like pixel perfect precision, who maybe creating the next blockbuster or something for, you know, Sundance or Cannes. It's really across the spectrum. I think for the longest time we were really focused on the professional tool set, which was just for like the person who was a career filmmaker or a C Pro. But we're starting to see accessibility really dip into the products, where even someone like me can now edit film, which is saying something because I'm terrible at editing.
All right, Adam, I'm just curious here. How many of you guys have like never made $1 on social media before? Okay, that's interesting. Thank you for that transparency. And how many of you guys actually have made money from social media before? Okay, and how many of you are looking to make more money on social media before? All right, I figured. So I think this would be a great question to Frank and Andrew. How do creators make more money on your platforms?
I can go first. Obviously, getting views is one way, and at YouTube, we're really proud of the YouTube Partner Program. We've paid out like $100 billion over the last few years to creators, which is a really crazy number. But I actually would say, like, I think a lot of creators almost fixate too much on getting views and making money that way. There is a lot of ways to make money outside of just viewership. Paywalled content, merch. Something I would really call out is build depth with your audience, have a really locked in fan base, and then you're kind of able to increase your average revenue per fan. So the way to think about it is like, instead of always chasing more fans to make more money, how much more value can you provide to each fan in a different way? I don't want to go for too long, but I'll just throw out 2016, Apple realized they were not selling more iPhones year over year. As in, everyone that wanted an iPhone had an iPhone. They're kind of just replenishing. So what they did is they pivoted to something called services and peripherals, where, okay, we're gonna do AirPods, we're gonna do Apple Watches, we're gonna do Apple TV. So their average revenue per user, their ARPU, was the way to keep growing the company. And they built this really beautiful ecosystem. What is that you can do for your fan base? What is that ARPU that, you can increase your average revenue per user, average revenue per fan? What are the ways you can think about that? There's a lot of ways on YouTube to do that. Memberships, shopping, super thanks. And there's a lot of ways to do it off platform too that are really effective.
So that's interesting. So you're saying don't obsess about subscriber growth necessarily. I mean, obviously that's a great thing to have, but if you can just, even if you have 1,000 subscribers, 5,000, 10,000, if you could just figure out a way of serving those subscribers better, then that's a great way to monetize.
I would call out a podcast that I follow, Ben and Emil. They have a podcast. They get like 30,000 views on YouTube. They have 5,000 paying members that pay them at least $5 a month. Those guys with their 30,000 views, they're doing fine, but the memberships that they make, it's incredible the amount of money they make on that. So think about the other models. You can either grow revenue through breadth, reaching more people, or you can grow it through depth, going deeper with each person that you work with. Both are effective and both are options.
That's interesting, because we all have like those 1 or 2 comments, right, on our videos where it's like, I recognize that person because they always comment on your stuff. And so that's an example of a super fan. Like, what else can you give that fan to get them to cross over? And I'll turn it over. Yeah, if you'd like to.
Yeah, I mean, I think most of us are familiar with how to monetize on Instagram, right? Build an audience, leverage brand partnerships. A lot of that is contingent on audience scale, right? But we also have similar offerings on Instagram for fan-funded ways to monetize, right? Where you can monetize directly from your audience via subscription tools, where you don't need a massive audience, right? You can speak to that top 1% of super fans that you have and earn directly from them, maybe on a more recurring basis, right? But I think really the biggest untapped opportunity to monetize right now, I think, in the creator space is on Facebook. We just launched last year, 2024, we rolled it out more widely in 2025, a new monetization program called Facebook Content Monetization. And we think this is the most unique and differentiated way to monetize, across the industry, because it's really the only platform that you can monetize any type of content that you post, right? So that's images, that's text, that's stories, that's all types of video, right? So there's opportunity to have a really dynamic and diverse strategy posting across all different formats right on Facebook. And I think there are a lot of creators who aren't really super leaned into Facebook. They've taken a lot of time, or they've had kind of their Facebook strategy maybe more on autopilot, cross-posting reels and stories from Instagram, right? But I think this new program offers, the monetization program offers a lot of opportunity for a more dedicated strategy on Facebook to kind of optimize across all formats, right? Because you can earn literally everything you post. So I think there's really a lot of untapped opportunity and potential on Facebook there.
I agree. I mean, well, as you know, Kevin, we have an amazing relationship with Facebook. Sorry, Andrew, close your ears when I have to say that. Facebook, a lot of people are sleeping on. And you know, your ability to have super viral videos and be able to make meaningful money off of those videos, I don't think most people are actually thinking about. And also, you can take your long form content and you can cut it down into lots of different short form content as well. I mean, I know YouTube has AI tools that does that. I'm sure Facebook and Instagram, I get those confused. I'm sure they have those tools as well. A lot of times we'll just have one long form piece of content, figure out how can we cut that down into 10 different reels, and some of those performances on those reels shock us, especially on Facebook, that I think is especially great at monetizing short form content.
Just a couple things to add there, and just maybe, because I know a lot of you are probably new to Facebook monetization. I think a couple tips there, and you know, how can you kind of create derivative content from longer form content, create reels, but a lot of it's what you're already doing on Instagram, right? You're posting reels, obviously. You're probably posting image carousel, so how can you kind of deconstruct that carousel on Instagram, right, and post those individual images on Facebook and design them more towards a kind of individual fan engagement, right? I think there are other ways to really invest in your comments, and like I said before, invest in building your community, because those are strong distribution signals for us. So, you know, before, when you're obviously building community with your fans by replying to their comments, by creating that feedback loop. Now you can actually drive distribution and then ultimately make some money from doing that. So it's work that actually pay off and have some ROI too. So I think it's just a lot of opportunity now on Facebook to do a lot of things you're already doing, but just kind of rethink, you know, in a more dedicated strategy, how you're monetizing across all surfaces.
So Jared, I'm sure a lot of people are like, man, I'm already maxed out. Like, to add more responsibilities, to think about how I'm gonna cut these videos and post them on different platforms. I'd love to know, does Adobe offer some sort of tools that help creators amplify their content and make that whole process much simpler?
Oh yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of stuff in the works and in the lab that's also coming out real soon. But I think the piece you were talking about around cut downs, there's a product we have called Express. There's something that you can dig into in Express which allows you to upload long form content, and it actually gives you like smart cuts for clipping, which is really, really interesting. So that's something to experiment with. It does a pretty good job of getting you like some baseline content cuts. And then there's also reframe and resize automatically. So you shoot in 16:9 or 9:16, and with the magic of you know, generative extend and generative expand, it helps you reformat all the content for all of the channels that you're hoping to post on. So it's a lot of stuff that allows you to kind of amplify what you're doing and create efficiencies in the workflow, which is fantastic. And there's some more stuff that you'll hear coming out towards November when we hit Max. You'll see some fascinating stuff through our Sneaks program. It's all the stuff that's been cooking in the lab for the last little while, and it's the stuff that generally goes reasonably viral after Max, where you're like, wow, okay, that's the future of creativity right there.
So you're saying I can take, I mean, I think people can imagine taking a horizontal video and making a vertical cut out of that automatically, but you're saying you can take a vertical video and through generative AI, you can actually have that as a horizontal video and upload it for long form?
Yes, indeed. Yeah, so it's, my team's actually doing the beta right now, and we're going through the process of testing it and making sure it's perfect before launch. But yeah, it's a full reframe. So you upload it, you click all of the formats you want it to be in, and it reframes that vertical format into full horizontal.
I'm a good matchmaker. I've hooked up some of my friends, but it seems like, I don't know, there's some synergy here. Have you guys thought about like maybe all getting in bed together and figuring out like how to create tools? Maybe not YouTube and Meta, maybe not Google Meta, but Adobe, I feel like there could be extra amazing tools that could power some of these features. I don't know if you guys have ever talked about it.
Yeah, we actually have a great partnership with YouTube at the moment with Shorts. So you can go into Shorts, you can like download templates. Premiere is baked right into the platform, and YouTube Shorts have a dedicated setup within Premiere Mobile as well. So it's already cut and ready to go in the templates for Shorts.
Amazing.
And you know, we have various kind of editing tools as well. But I think you know, you're focusing and Adobe's focusing a lot on the creation part of it. But it also, you know, production quality and high quality high production quality content actually is a high signal for originality and how we look at distributing content on both Facebook and Instagram as well, right? So as you're using these tools to create higher production value, higher resolution type content, that's a high signal for us for distribution. So it is definitely in your best interest to lean in and figure out how to use these tools.
And we've talked about monetization. Jared, I'm curious. I know Adobe has been very ambitious in their creator partnerships program. And I've been seeing Adobe everywhere, and I know also just from some of our conversations that you guys are very interested in doing partnerships with a lot of the people that even showed up today. Can you tell us, how does one get a brand partnership with Adobe? What do you look for?
Yeah, I mean, we always have our eyes open, kind of vetting content that's out there in the world. I think the interesting thing about Adobe in recent days is we've started to expand to different types of creators that we originally weren't working with. So a lot of the original creators we worked with were people who were influential in editing and filmmaking and influential in design and art, because those were the people who were like the C pros of our audience. So we started to move into lifestyle, people who aren't in the business of creating content about creating content, if that makes sense. And so it's really expanded. We partner with probably over 1,000 creators a year, every year. And there's a couple different ways we do that. One, we go through like identification. We look through people who have interesting voices that are breaking through in unique spaces. But we also have people just, you know, blow up the inbox and say, hey, I have this really cool idea and I'd love to pitch you on it. We love nothing more than to hear from creators, ideas that they come up with. And often those are things that make it out into the real world. We keep a bunch of money aside for those very projects.
Jared, for those wondering, what's your email? I'm just joking.
We'll give out Regina's phone number right now. You can find me on Instagram or LinkedIn. If you have a great idea, just pop in the inbox and happy to hear what you have in mind.
Amazing. So Andrew, you work with some of the biggest creators in the world. So Andrew, his client list are top creators. You're in charge of top creators. So you're in a distinguished class of partner managers. What are some commonalities that you've seen that differentiate people that succeed on the highest level of YouTube, like a lot of the top creators that we've seen today, versus those that are kind of starting out and haven't been able to reach that success? Can you give people advice from how they get to like this level to that next level?
So that's a great question. I actually posted on LinkedIn recently about this. I don't know if that's what, there we go. One thing I've noticed amongst a lot of top creators is they were past gamers. And in gaming, there's this philosophy called the metagame. Is anyone familiar with that term, the metagame? Seeing some shaking heads. Okay, this is good. It means essentially using the most effective tactics possible. So if you're playing Call of Duty using a weapon set that seems to be overpowered, or if you're playing Madden, the football game, using a playbook that always gets people open. Gamers seek these advantages out within the rules and use them to essentially, you know, gain an advantage in any game they play. And a lot of creators, I think, have that similar thing. I think there's a misconception. A lot of people think content creation is like luck of the draw, or you're born with a talent. Being a content creator is a skill. It is something you can learn. It is something you can get better at. And a lot of top creators, honestly, just practice, analyze data, see what's working out there, and then work hard to get better every day. So anyone really can make it, which is really awesome about content creation.
Amazing. All right, well, as we wind down, I'd love to know from each of you guys, what is like 1 minute or less, give me your elevator pitch. What is the number one thing that you want everyone walking out here knowing that can help them become more successful at what they do on your platform?
I'm happy to go first. I would really evolve your thinking past just counting views. I think we live in a very view-centric economy right now, and I would challenge you all to think about a different kind of atomic unit of measurement. I would like to commend Adobe, honestly. A lot of the creators you work with do not maybe have the flashiest subscriber counts or the biggest view counts, but they make really good, deep content that resonates with an audience. So think about measuring your depth of audience, not just how many fans you have.
Yeah, I'll build on that. We don't actually even use views as a metric, to be quite honest. Like, within a marketing org, views are actually cheap to buy through performance marketing. That's not your superpower. Your superpower is the unique voice you bring to the content, the fandom that you build. People hang on your every word, they take your recommendations, and that's the real power of each of the creators in this room that are building their voice and building their story. It's not the sheer volume. I mean, we look at engagement rates. Engagement rates are a great signal to understand how people are really, truly engaging with your content over a period of time. So if you take one thing away, other than move beyond the vanity metrics of views, views are important, it's great, it's exposure, but you're bringing more to the table than just views. And I think the biggest thing for us is consistency. Keep posting, keep generating content that's meaningful, and keep trying new things. And yeah, that's the advice that I have from my side.
Yeah, I mean, I think I have really similar thoughts. You know, I think you need to think about going deeper with your audience and not wider, right? Kind of own your niche. You know, really think about how you're building authentic engagement with your community and a deeper level of engagement with your community, right? You know, how are you? I think a lot of times community management, community engagement has been thought of kind of as an afterthought across platforms, with the chasing vanity metrics as being the priority. But now, you know, those are signals that we look for in terms of how engaged and authentically engaged your audience is, right? And how often you're going in the comments, replying, and actually building and nurturing a real community, right? So that's going to drive more distribution. That's going to allow you to drive your fans, you know, off platform to different business outcomes, right? So I think the views will come. But I think thinking a little bit deeper and less about how wide you're going and being appealing to everyone and being more appealing to your subset of your communities is the most important.
Weeks in the making, came together, Super Bowl and Derby event, crushed it. Julissa, my old TV co-host, crushing it. Dhar Mann, Laura, everybody, amazing teamwork to put us together and have a very, very successful event. So we'll see you next time. Adobe, they even said bigger and better next time, so look forward to that.
Yo, if you were still watching by this point, I commend you, because after today, my brain was overloading with so much gold. Anyway, with that being said, if you like this content, leave in the comment below what is your favorite part of this video. And also, let me know what you want to see from me in the next couple of videos, because I read every single comment. It'll help me make comment custom tailor for your situation. So with that being said, I gotta go eat because it's dinner time and my wife is calling me. So I'll catch you in the next one. Let's go!